Para. 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 Really? But. All right. Hi. Um, I whoever's there, could you tell me how this audio is? I'm planning on having this Solaire album underneath the reading. If anybody can, uh, I don't know, comment about the audio, because I don't know how to test it myself. Okay, that's good. Thank you, Sonia. Um, okay. I know there's a lag. I don't know if I should wait for a few more people to join. Um, I think I'll wait a second and then begin a sort of unplanned introduction. There's a very manic decision making has occurred right now, but uh, yeah. Um, hopefully, hopefully this will make everyone feel a little bit more alive. Let's see how many. 5 people. Okay. Whoa. Um. Oh. Who do I send this to? Okay. Oh. Wait for 1 second. Sorry for the false start. Do you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna ping everybody out of sort of malice. Okay. 4 concurrent viewers. Let's fucking go. Uh, what this is, I'm going to be. I'll stop the music till I begin the actual text. Dear friend of mine named Hiram introduced me to this uh text, Marijuana Simpson, authored by 2 people under the name Homer Marijuana. Was originally a very long Twitter thread, or maybe it was just concurrent tweets. In 2014, that's since gone, but it's on the archive.org. There's a someone put it in a screenplay format. Um, it was introduced to me on the premise that it's a piece of great American literature, very sincerely, and I started reading it and I kind of stuck through it. I read the whole thing in like a series of sitting. I think I took a nap in between, but I kind of didn't stop till it was done. Um, Seems I don't know if I should say anything. I kind of don't want to interpret or give analysis or anything because I want it to speak for itself because it's a very powerful text. And if I wanted to say something about it, I should have read it already and then maybe written a little mini essay or something planned. And I don't want to read it already because I'm about to read the whole fucking thing now, which it's 249 pages, but it's pretty. I don't know how long it's going to take. It could be pretty. It could be a couple of hours. I don't know. Uh, so I'm kind of going in for a second time, blind-ish. I don't want to say much about it. Maybe I could spoil it a little bit by themes of war, which is obviously relevant right now. Themes, not that this is some kind of topical intervention. Um, Themes of weed and themes of just the human condition and um, interpersonal sort of conflict, whatever. I'm going to start, as obviously in homage to uh, live continual readings of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein, which some people claim is a great American novel. And I felt very validated in Hiram's claim that this is a great American text. So I'm just gonna hit it. I'm gonna go, and I'm not gonna stop. I made a big coffee. It's got like way too much coffee in it to. I don't want to get up. Oh my god, I don't want to get up. Loads of times. Um. Oh, okay. So also the way I've made a choice about how I'm going because there's lots of different characters and it's just me. I've made a choice about how I'm going to handle that. You're gonna have to deal with it. I do have the chat open. I can see what you're saying. So I think at the end of each scene, I'll maybe like look at the chat, like take a little break. But here you go. Uh, hope you're ready, and I hope you enjoy. Uh, yeah. If there's any issue with anything, let me know. I'm gonna play Solaire's Discourses of the Withered beneath it, and if it doesn't, if it outlasts it, I'll put some other Solaire on, something like that. Okay. Marijuana Simpson. What if Homer Simpson smoked weed? Can Homer do it too? Can Homer do it too? What if Homer Simpson smoked weed? Can you imagine if Homer Simpson smoked weed? Does Homer smoke weed? No? Well, what if he did? Can you imagine what it would be like? Thank you. And how does it make you feel that Homer Simpson smoked weed? Says the psychiatrist. Well, he doesn't, but I often imagine if he did, I say. Homer, would you smoke this weed with me? Same voice. Well, I never have, but I know you've often thought about it, says Homer. I'm obviously not going to do the Homer Simpson voice. Sorry. He wouldn't, says Estragon. He could, says Vladimir. Homer? Smoke weed? Says Estragon. He might, says Vladimir. But why? Says Estragon. Why not? Says Vladimir. And then what if Homer puffed it? Like this? Pantomime's puffing a joint, says Bush. Laughing. Bush, you are insane, says Cheney. It could happen, says Bush. Did Homer Simpson smoke weed? Asks Morris. A long pause and a sad grin. It's obviously scene direction for those who don't know. It's just ideally would be theatrically performed. I don't know, says Rumsfeld. You don't? Morris. I do not, says Rumsfeld. Can I take your order, sir? McDonald's. Marijuana Simpson? I say. Excuse me? Replies McDonald's. I'm probably fucking up the way you meant to read this kind of thing. Sorry, was thinking about Homer smoke weed. Oh, okay. Order, sir? I want to know about you. I can't, sir, McDonald's employee says. Why, though? It's against the law. You are a person to me, I say. Thanks, but no, says McDonald's employee. But, I mean, fucking what if, though? Homer Simpson hitting a blunt? Why not? Says Seth Rogen. David Letterman stares blankly into audience. Bart is rolling a joint. Homer enters. Oh, hey, was just about to toke, says Bart. Okay, let's do this then, Homer replies. Light it up then. Okay. This is some good herb, says Homer. I got it from my friend Mo, says Bart. Mo the bartender, says Homer. He's also a weed dealer, says Bart. Ah, hit this, says Homer. Pretty stoned, says Bart. Me as well, says Homer. Mo has the good stuff, says Bart. It's get me blazed, says Homer. It gets me blazed, says Homer. How come you never showed me how to skate, says Bart. You were always toking on Mo's herb, says Homer. Of course, says Bart. I'm still your father, says Homer. I think it's cool you smoke green with me, says Bart. Have you ever toked out and played video games, says Bart. Ah, hitting the joint. I'm older than most. It's beyond me, says Homer. I'll teach you, says Bart. I'm not sure, says Homer. Why, it's easy, father, says Bart. I feel as if I should tend to my various responsibilities, says Homer. I understand, says Bart. Maggie enters the room. Can I get in on this? Says Maggie. Homer, holding in smoke. Come hit this. Come and toke, sis, says Bart. This is some good shit, says Maggie. It's from Afghanistan, says Bart. I'm worried about the war there, says Maggie. Oh, shut up. Hit this, says Homer. You're too conscientious, Mags, says Bart. Agreed, says Homer. I like to smoke weed too, but I am also a dialectical thinker, replies Maggie. Homer's eyes widen. You must be kidding me. I know, she coughs. It sounds silly, says Maggie. I only care about blazing and enjoying myself, says Bart. Here's to that. Homer produces a large blunt. You had that the whole time, says Bart. It's from his personal stash, says Maggie. Yep, says Homer. Marge enters. What goes on here? You smoking without me? Oh shit, sorry. Hit this spliff then, if you want, says Homer. Hey Ma, says Bart. It's good that we can smoke tons of weed as a family, says Maggie. Hear, hear, says Bart. It's strange but enjoyable, says Homer. Wiggum enters. What goes on here? Smoking without me? Homer, holding in the smoke, points at Marge. She just said the same thing. Gosh, I haven't smoked in ages, says Wiggum. What's that mean? Since this morning? Says Bart. The family laughs. Come on now. Let me hit it, says Wiggum. Wiggum hits Homer's blunt. This is the good stuff. Homer, satisfied. You know it. Would you expect any less from my father? Says Bart. Maggie, visibly stoned. I'm becoming more concerned about the war in Afghanistan. Oh, come off it, you wet blanket. Shut your mouth, says Marge. I'm serious, says Maggie. We know. That's your problem. You're too serious, says Homer. She spends too much time in her own head, says Bart. I'm comfortable in my own head, says Maggie. That's what the weed is for, says Homer. Everybody except Maggie laughs. Good one, Dad, says Bart. Forget about Maggie. Is anyone here not stoned? And where the hell is my other son? Says Homer. Ken was at the bowling alley, last I heard, says Bart. Ken enters. You bastards talking shit, says Ken. God, Ken, you are too brash. Calm down, replies Bart. Hi, Ken. We were talking just now, says Lisa. Marge, to Homer. Lisa is the only one who can communicate with Ken. He shuts the rest of us out of his life. He has problems, says Homer. And again to Marge. Marijuana helps him open up. Marijuana? Homer, you are such a square, says Marge. A square with a big fat blunt, says Homer. Speaking of, let me hit that? I don't have it. What? Who has the blunt? Says Marge. I have it, says Wiggum. Pass it here, says Marge. Mo enters. What the hell? No one told me about this smoke sesh. Bart says, it's getting crowded in my room. We should go. Go where? Says Homer. Why not let's go to the gazebo, says Maggie. Why not let's? Somebody's high, says Bart. Read a book sometime, moron, says Maggie. No thanks, says Bart. Now, at the gazebo. Oh, one moment. Oh, shucks. 1 second, sorry. Sorry, this is unprofessional of me. That was a serious crisis emergency situation. Yeah, I won't get into it. Ow, got that my eye. At the gazebo. Mo says, great, hopefully the cops don't come by. Oh, shut up and hit this fat blunt before I change my mind, says Bart. Spicy, says Mo. The cops can't see us back here anyway. That's why I call it the Herb Fortress, says Homer. Nice name, says Maggie. Don't be a smartass, Mags, says Bart. God damn, this is some good shit, says Mo. It's your own weed, doofus, says Bart. Actually, I got that weed from Apu, the man from the store, says Homer. Apu enters. What's going on? I'm definitely not doing this voice. What's going on? Smoking without me? Apu, hi, we were just talking about you. Well, your weed at least, says Homer. Nice, says Apu. You moving in on my territory, Apu? Says Mo. Tense silence among the group. I'm only screwing around. We're friends, says Mo. Phew, says Homer. I can safely say that I'm high as hell. Now I've only had some snacks, says Bart. Well, guess what? I work at the store and I have snacks, says Apu. Ken says, I'm sick of this fucking gazebo. Language, says Marge. What's your problem, Ken? Says Homer. Calm down, Ken. It's okay, says Maggie. Shut up, Ken, says Bart. I don't understand how I have two great kids and one awful one, says Homer. Homer, not nice, says Marge. Be fair, Dad, says Maggie. He's right, says Bart. Ken is a nuisance. Guys, I can hear you, says Ken. We know, Ken. You need to hear this. Put the blunt down. You're done for today, says Homer. Can we lay off Ken now? He's been through a lot. Let's just toke and relax, says Maggie. Cheers to that, says Mo. Amen, says Wiggum. I came here to smoke out in a gazebo, not to get the willies from some nasty family drama, says Apu. Yeah, I'm freaking out. Pass the rock, says Bart. Could you please leave, Ken? Could you please leave, Ken? Says Homer. Dad, says Maggie. I'm the father. You're also bogarting that blunt. Pass that shit, says Marge. You guys remind me of my family. Always fighting, says Apu. The weed helps, says Homer. Wiggum, exhaling a huge hit, says obviously not. Can I hit that dope? Says Flanders. Who calls it dope? Says Maggie. I just did, you little snot. Now shut your mouth and pass that shit. You can't talk to my children like that, Flanders, says Marge. Our children, says Homer. That was implied. Sheesh, how stoned are you? Says Marge. This fatty is almost gone. Who has more bud? Says Homer. I don't carry that shit with me, says Apu. Don't look at me, for both our sakes, says Mo. Son? Says Homer. That was the last of mine, father. I didn't think there would be so many people smoking it, says Bart. I only got one hit, says Flanders. Who cares, Flanders? It's not like you ever pay for it, says Maggie. Yeah, I put up with your trumpet playing at all hours of the night, says Flanders. Shut up, says Maggie. Folks, let's just calm down. Stoners like us are supposed to be docile, remember? Says Homer. My husband is right. Chill, says Marge. I'm not going to be able to relax until I have more goddamn green to toke, says Bart. Language, Bart. Language, says Marge. Sorry, says Bart. Apu, can we swing by your place? Says Homer. I don't keep my shit at my place, says Homer. Where then? Sorry, says Apu. Where then? Says Homer. It's at the honeycomb hideout, says Apu. Well, let's go to the damn hideout then, says Homer. You need to chill, says Apu. Dad, says Maggie. Homer, calm yourself, Marge. Bart says, I want to smoke. I come all the way over here to smoke, and you losers have almost no weed. I'm out, says Wiggum. Me too, says Apu. This is lame, says Mo. Scene direction Bart Swanner. Now we're left alone in the gazebo with our family problems, says Homer. I can't deal with this right now. I'm going to go listen to music, says Bart. This is pathetic, says Maggie. Oh, shut up, says Homer. You're all a bunch of drug addicts, says Maggie. Like you didn't just hit the blunt 5 times, says Marge. I smoke to release my latent creativity, says Maggie. Well, I smoke to get fucked up, and this is my gazebo, says Homer. I'm out of here, says Maggie. Well, now it's just me and you, says Marge. Where did Ken go? Says Homer. Who cares, says Marge. Good point, says Homer. I have things to do. I'm going to go, says Marge. Great, just leave me out here, stoned and by myself. Bye, Homer, says Marge. The sun is setting. Homer smacks a mosquito on his forearm. I had such high hopes for this afternoon. Smoking weed with my family is only a temporary solution to our problems. It seems to unite us, but it only makes us more distant. My daughter is a pedant, my sons are worthless, I have no friends. People only associate with me because they know I share my weed. We are apart, even when we are together. The drugs only widen the gulf between us by creating the illusion of a bond. It has become a substitute for genuine love and connection. We're only a family when there is a blunt being passed among us. I know I need to do something, but I'm so high, so high. I think I'll just lie down for now. I'll remember this when I'm sober, says Homer. Homer lies down on the gazebo bench. He tosses and turns at first before drifting comfortably off to sleep. The sun sets. Scene end. Oh, I took the opportunity to say hi to everybody. Hey, Super Swag and Claire and Nana and Zeno and Jack and everybody who's joined. I hope you're enjoying. Okay. Start of the next scene. Sonic, what gives? You've taken nearly 7 hits, says Homer. Sonic exhaling a huge hit. My weed, my rules. Come on, be fair. Says, oh yeah, shout out to Clean Water and Google. Sorry, I'm gonna from now on, if it's a back and forth dialogue, I won't repeat. I'll say who talks when the new person is. Yeah. Um, I also agree that this is good. I know that I'm lagging behind a lot, but it is a really fucking good. You haven't seen anything yet. Genuinely, this is one of the greatest pieces of American literature that I've read so far. Which yeah. Oh god, I'm all jolted up right now. For your benefit, of course. Sonic, what gives? You've taken nearly 7 hits, says Homer. My weed, my rules, says Sonic, exhaling a huge hit. Come on, be fair. Your bad boy persona alienates you from your peers. I don't care. I need to be higher than everyone around me. Hi, Candace. Homer says, not good. You don't care at all about others? You act like you're just realizing this. Maybe I'm just stoned. I don't know. Sonic replies, I understand your concerns. I just don't care about them. I know you're selfish. Why do you need to be so brash? Sonic passes the blunt to Homer. Hit this shit and shut your mouth. Homer takes the blunt. Don't talk to me like that. It bothers me. You're getting blazed on my dime. I'll talk to you however I want. You didn't used to be like this. You changed. You use weed to make friends, but then you treat them poorly. It's hurtful behavior. Sonic exhales a huge hit in Homer's face. Sorry, I got distracted by the chat. Hiram did a quote. Hiram, of course, who I shouted out earlier, introduced me to this wonderful text. I shouldn't keep stopping to reply to you, but that's OJ Simpson in the corner. I'm gonna ignore you all now. I'm sorry. It's not a saint. There's no saints. It's a very important quote. I agree. This thing is full of sort of mineral wisdom. There's also a still statuette of a guy drinking alcohol, like a little ancient. I just typed Mesoamerican beer into Google and found it. Some kind of illusion of a cyclical, eternal Homer, always and forever. Something subtle. I don't want to intervene too much into the. I don't want to add too much content. I just want to read the text because and just present it as it is because it's a marvelous text, which is what I've stopped doing. So I'm going to keep doing that right now. Sonic just exhaled a huge hit in Homer's face. Why won't you take this seriously, says Homer. Because you sound like a babbling stoned idiot. You're not making any sense, says Sonic. It's true that I get emotional when I'm high, but I really do feel this way, even sober. Give me the blunt. You're done. I called you out and now you're withholding weed? This is what I'm talking about. Be gone, let me smoke in peace, says Sonic. You don't want me to leave, says Homer. You know I'm a teenager, right? Do you know how weird this is? Homer says, you're 19, hardly a teenager. Yeah, 19, says Sonic. I'd like to say you're mature for your age, but that's not the case, says Homer. Sonic exhales a huge hit. Whatever, old man. What made you like this? You know what. Your father's death, but you hated him. Can we change the subject? I just feel like I've lost a friend, says Homer. I'm right here, asshole. You're there, but you're not. And why are you here? Says Sonic. I want to make sure it's not confusing who's talking. Um, why can't we talk about your father? Says Homer. Drop it, Homer. No, I won't. Drop it or get out of my apartment. I'm not sure if he ever has, but I think if he wanted to, Homer Simpson could probably smoke weed. Do you think Homer Simpson could inhale the smoke from the burning marijuana deep into his lungs, then exhale, becoming intoxicated? Do you know if Homer Simpson has ever inhaled the smoke of the marijuana plant? I'm not sure. It would make him high pretty easily. Have you ever wondered if Homer Simpson could breathe in the acrid smoke of the green marijuana buds? I think it might get him pretty high. Why are you two fighting always? We can't just toke, says Goku. He's bothering me, says Sonic. Sonic has unresolved issues, says Homer. I'm not sure if Homer has ever taken a drag from a marijuana cigarette or a pipe, which would cause him to become high because of the THC. Is it really so hard to imagine Homer Simpson lighting the blunt, inhaling the smoke, and becoming high? You smell that? Weed? Says Marge. Bart might be smoking in his bedroom, says Homer. I sometimes wonder if I am capable of smoking weed. I smoke weed all the time, says Bart. I smoke weed sometimes, says Maggie. I'm thinking about smoking weed all fucking day, says Homer. I enjoy a good toke, says Marge. I never stop smoking, says Bart. I smoke weed at the appropriate time, says Lisa. I'm addicted to weed, says Homer. I'm a confident, well-to-do, middle-aged man. There's nothing wrong with me enjoying some marijuana in moderation. Homer losing sleep while images of Barney being too drunk to toke and dropping the joint on the floor flash by. What happened to his friend? I need to pick up some weed after work. Do you need anything while I'm in town? Says Homer. Thanks, but I don't think so, says Marge. Weed helps me cope with my problems, says Flanders. I like weed because it makes me feel good, says Bart. I smoke weed to relax and reduce stress, says Mo. Weed helps me be more creative, says Lisa. Smoking weed helps clear my mind, says Maggie. Smoking weed helps me love my family, says Homer. What do you like most about pot? Says the reporter. When I smoke it, my body starts to change. I see things differently. My sun is everything, says Homer. Tropical Man is holding the piece too long. It's not a microphone, says Homer. Don't park on the grass, says Bart. Miyamoto laughs. Anything can happen. Miyamoto's still laughing. I can definitely see us making that work. Homer can do it, laughs Iwata. Homer rips on the bong and spews. Problem, Mr. Simpson? Says Smithers. Are you upset? Says Burns. This is swag, says Homer. Excuse me, sir? Says Smithers. Do you know how much that cost? Says Burns. There's no crystal in it. There's no crystals in it, says Homer. Smithers examines the pot. Sir? Yes, Smithers? Says Burns. There are no crystals on this, sir, says Smithers. This is ridiculous. Get Mayor Quimby on the phone, says Burns. Tragedy has struck, says Marge. Why would they do this? Why would they attack us? Says Homer. What's going on? Says Bart. The USA has been attacked, says Homer. Why? We don't know. What's going to happen? A war is going to happen, says Marge. Am I safe? Says Bart. How low can you go? Says Homer. To the flow, says Bart. How low can you go? To the flow. How low can you go? To the flow. How low? How low? So, later. My son has been drafted, says Homer. Homer says Lenny. No, fuck! Lenny says, Lenny says, Homer. Homer takes a hit. This is unreal. He's so young, says Lenny. He's going to Iraq, says Homer. I'm going to miss you guys, says Bart. How about one last blunt, says Homer. Dad, I can't, says Bart. For old time's sake, says Homer. Bart pauses. Let's do it. Homer smokes weed, in the past, present, and future. I'm going to miss this, says Homer. This treehouse is home to good memories, says Bart. I made sure to get good shit, says Homer. It's really good pot, says Bart. It's the Mo shit, says Homer. It's so sticky, says Bart. There's a long silence. Maybe Iraq has the good stuff, says Homer. Yeah, maybe, says Bart. Yeah, says Homer. I'm freaking out, Dad. Homer says, it's just pot, man. Bart says, not the pot, Dad, I'm scared. Me too, but you're smart. It will be fine. Why did they take over those planes? Why'd they ruin our peaceful life, says Bart. They hate our freedom, says Homer. Why, says Bart. It's complex. It's time to go, says Bart. Son, I'm really proud of you, says Homer. Dad, I love you. You'll always be my son. Bart boards the bus. I'm wondering if we depend on Herb too much as a family, says Lisa. Homer blows a massive hit in her face. You depend on my Herb. Now be gone. My marriage is ruined. I can't look Ken in the face without feeling rage, but this bud just keeps getting better. Homer, sobbing. I miss him. I miss him. Homer, says Mo. Take care of business at home. Bart can take care of himself. Now hit this, says Sonic. I can see it so clearly. Homer pulls out the bowl and clears his bong. Pulls out the bowl and clears the bong. The cool, clear bong water churns wildly. He exhales and grins. So I just pull the thing out and inhale, says Homer. Yeah, make sure you, says Mo. I'm joking. I know how to smoke a bong. Pass that shit. I miss our son, says Marge. Can I please just relax and blaze? Asks Homer. I'm sorry, says Marge. You act like he's already dead. He's fine. Hit this. You're not worried about Bart in Iraq? Of course I am. And he exhales a huge hit. That's why I'm smoking this kush. I don't agree with the war in Iraq. Exhales another massive hit. I miss my son. Mo says, Christ. Exhales a blunt hit. I never thought my son would be fighting in Iraq. Homer hits blunt. Mo, you don't even have a son. Marge says, my son is not a killer. Homer hits the blunt. He'll be fine. Marge, you're okay with this? Homer, what choice do I have? Now hit this. I haven't seen Tropical Man recently. We're all worried, says Carl. Is he fighting for our freedom? Asks Smithers. Yeah. Location, Iraq base. There's no kush here. I'm dry as a bone, says Bart. They only smoke hash here, says Man. It's you, says Bart. They got me too, says Man. Do you have hash? Says Bart. I have a lot of hashish to smoke. Let's hit it. This war has changed me a lot, says Bart. Yeah, says Man. But I still love to get high, says Bart. Yeah, says Man. Smoking again, says Lisa. I have a son in Iraq and my daughter is a devil, says Homer. What? Says Lisa. You're grounded from smoking weed, says Homer. Smithers leaves embarrassed. Carl says, what's wrong with him? Or, it's written as scene direction, so maybe the mistake should be within the. Carl, what's wrong with him? Lenny says, he's been burping all day. He swallowed the hit, Homer says. I can't focus on this job. Maybe you should go home, roll a J, says Carl. I need to earn for my family. What's left of it, anyway, says Homer. Burns enters. Simpson, we need to talk. I'm sorry about my performance, says Homer. It's about something else, your pamphlets, says Burns. I'm anti-war. My son is over there. I haven't heard from him, says Homer. You can't bring politics to the workplace, says Burns. This is crazy, says Homer. The weed is one thing. We all love to toke, but you've gone too far, says Burns. You can't silence me, says Homer. I can't, but I can cut you off, says Burns. Burns picks up the phone. Mo? Don't do this to me. Cut him off. No, says Homer. You dug your own grave. No, my son, says Homer. Your son is doing something noble, says Mr. Burns. The government made him their puppet, says Homer. You need to keep this out of my plant. You need to keep your hands off of my plant. I'm afraid it can't be undone. I'll find another dealer. With shit as good as Moe's? Homer pauses. Go ahead, make my day, said Mr. Burns. Homer, in rain, distraught. This is fucked up. A van parks near him. A voice. I heard you need goods. Who are you? Circus Bob. Circus Bob? Says Homer. Correct. What do you have for me? Says Homer. I'll show you, says Bob. I wonder why did you just call it Cabeza Heady? I'm a fan. Anyway, sorry. Oh, is it because of his film that the Sheik? Sorry, I said I wouldn't look at the chat. This is a bad reading. This is the only reading. No one else has done this. I looked, but so I'm kind of setting the bar high and low at the same time with my conduct. Anyway, in fact, let me hang on real quick. I just want to flash. Quick conduct change to display that I have power over you. Just wait a second. Yeah. All right. Sorry, back to the text. So Homer just met Circus Bob. Circus Bob pulled up in a van to says, I heard you need goods. What do you have for me? Says Homer. I'll show you, says Bob. Circus Bob reveals trunk of green and weapons. That's too much, says Homer. Too much of a good thing? Says Bob. Saying is true, says Homer. Fine. Have it your way, TM. At Moe's. Mo, says Homer. Homer, says Mo. You can't be okay with this, says Homer. I'm afraid I am. But money talks, says Mo. But you're my friend. We were never friends. This was all business. But we toked on it together. I did with many. You snake. You know what I'm going through? We all have problems, Homer. You knew Bart. You loved him. Mo pauses. You came to my home. You ate dinner with my family. You spent $40,000 on weed in the past 3 years, says Mo. I did, but these are war times, says Mo. I'm against it, says Homer. Don't you fucking see? We all are, says Mo. But my son, says Homer. How many others, says Mo. Mo turns away. Give your weed to me, says Homer. I can't do that, says Mo. I need to smoke. Homer exits. Simpson's residence. Homer, I'm home. You have a visitor, says Marge. Is someone visiting? Says Homer. There's a visitor, says Lisa. Who visits? Says Homer. Circus Bob lounges on couch. Bob, says Homer. How's my offer sounding? I can't afford it. Homer packs final bowl. Circus Bob glances out back window. Homer, what are you thinking? It's obvious, says Marge. We all know, says Ken. Homer pauses. No. They don't make 'em like that anymore, says Bob. That place is sacred, says Homer. Give him what he wants, says Marge. That gazebo is special, says Homer. I just want access, 24/7, says Bob. My family lives here, says Homer. I won't interfere, says Bob. We built that together, says Homer, taking a hit. Circus Bob reveals blunt. Homer, says Marge. Look at it, says Lisa. Is that? Homer pauses. Vintage white grape game cigar, says Bob. How, says Homer. I have guys. Can I see it? Circus Bob hands over blunt. Homer, inhaling sharply. Bob. Circus Bob says, yes? This is mids, says Homer. Scowling. You think I'd bring the good shit here? To this slum? We're in debt, says Marge. Show me your cush, says Homer. Let's take this to the gazebo. I'd love to see inside, says Bob. Fine, but my son loves that gazebo, says Homer. At the gazebo. Homer. This. Iraqi hash. How did you, says Homer. I have a man in their base. My son is there, says Homer. Your son is doing fine. I know all about him, says Circus Bob. Is he safe? Says Homer. He's hitting the bong as we speak. Thank God. And Tropical Man? Says Homer. MIA, 2 weeks, says Bob. My God, says Homer. Let's get to business, says Bob. Bob, I need to see my son, says Homer. Full access, Homer, says Bob. Will my family be fine? Like they were my own, says Bob. I agreed to the deal, says Homer. I can arrange your goals to be met, says Bob. We need to do something first, says Homer. I packed it already, says Bob. Let me get greens, says Homer. Bob says no, takes a massive hit. This is shady, says Homer. Take your hit, says Bob. It's kicked, says Homer. What? Says Bob. It's beat. I don't... What do you say? The weed is burned. Cashed? Okay, it's cashed. Kicked? Why? It's just what we say here, says Homer. I always said cashed, says Bob. My father said beat, but I say kicked. I say kicked too, says Ken. That's weird, says Bob. Can you repack this fucking shit? I need to smoke, says Homer. It's packed, says Bob. Thanks. You'll leave for Iraq tomorrow, says Bob. I'm doing this for my son, says Homer. I know, says Bob, and exhales. Belinda says, I'm worried about my father. He provides for us, but he spends all his time upgrading his weed accessories and buying more weed. It's important for a father to bring home big sacks of weed for his family to smoke, says Lisa. Marge, exhaling a huge bong hit. Here fucking here. I'm scared being over here. I miss the comforts of home and chiefing with my father and sister, says Bart. I don't smoke, but I'm terrified, says Mike. Do you think our brother will ever come home? Says Marge. There's no way of knowing, says Maggie. All I want is to chief with him, says Lisa. I'm worried about the Simpson family, says Carl. That boy belongs in Iraq, says Mo. Carl says, Mo? Well, Mo says, I don't care. He's only 19, says Carl. Fuck you, says Mo. Are the Simpsons okay? Asked Flanders. All of God's children make out okay, says Man. This shit is serious. Can you shut the fuck up? Says Flanders. Homer hasn't posted on Grass City for days, says Lenny. He's not out and about, says Barney. Homer has his own plans, says Apu. Get on the fucking floor, Simpson, says Sergeant. I'm a normal, comfortable American boy. I'm not a warrior, says Bart. On the fucking floor, says Sergeant. I think you pushed Homer too far, says Smithers. I made the wrong choice. We're all concerned for Homer, says Burns. It's not a microphone, says Smithers. You've been a piece of stoner shit on the heel of my boot since day one, says Sergeant. At home, I make all of my friends laugh. I'm loved, says Bart. Can we smoke on this plane? Says Homer. What? After the attacks? Not anymore, says Circus Bob. What have they done to us? Says Homer. I don't believe in this war, says Maggie. Please pass the J, says Lisa. Our brother is brave and our ancestors would be proud, says Maggie. Don't Bogart, says Lisa. Don't worry about Al-Qaeda, says the sergeant. I'm your new worst enemy. He exits. I want to be smoking weed in my living room with my family, says Bart. The security guards didn't find my blunt wraps, says Homer. They don't know what it is. They only smoke hash, says Circus Bob. Fucking animals, says Homer. At home I am loved and adored. In this strange country I am treated like a dog and denied my humanity. My identity is disintegrating, says Bart. I took my family and the comforts of home for granted. Now I am at the nadir of my brief life. I long for the comfort of marijuana. I try to fit in, but I am not made for war. I am a peaceful stoner boy. How I miss my father, how I miss my bubblers and chillums. I feel naive to have been so complacent and serene back home. But how could I know that I would soon be asked to kill a human being? Last night I awoke from a dream, trying to grab a plastic blunt that wasn't really there. I feel this emptiness at all times. I am no longer a peaceful and gregarious weed smoker. I am an attack dog of the imperialist state. My only function is to kill. I need to learn to suppress my emotions, my longings for home. The only way for me to survive is to accept that I am a killer. I am a soldier now. There is no way out. There is no going home. There is no home. I will die in this desert, says Bart. I made barbecued lobster cheddar portobello caps, maple glazed asparagus, fresh quahogs, says Marge. Leave me alone, says Lisa. You need to smoke, says Marge. I don't know where my husband's gone. He's probably re-upping. We're dry, says Maggie. This family used to smoke an ounce per day, says Marge. You don't think it's problematic to gauge our family's success by marijuana consumption? Says Maggie. Marge exhales a huge blunt hit. Go to bed. This medicinal grade sure is good shit. I really like it, says Abe, inhaling from a vapor whip. It eases my pain. Exterior, night. Mo knocks over a trash can on the Simpsons' front lawn. Marge comes out in a bathrobe. Mo? Where's your husband? You're drunk. I'm drunk and I'm high. Go home, Mo. I miss him so much. We don't know where he is. Is he in trouble? Maybe, but if he is, I know he's doing it for our family. He's such a good man. Marge, smiling. He is. He is. I can't drive like this, says Mo. Come have a toke. I'll wake the kids, says Marge. Sorry, all we have is spice from the gas station. I don't smoke that crap, says Mo. Too good for spice, are we? Says Marge. I'm sorry about Bart, says Mo. What about him? Says Marge. You know, the whole Iraq thing, says Mo. Bart will be fine. He's a survivor, says Marge. My guy will let us in the base tonight. We'll wait on this hill, says Circus Bob. Let's smoke some more, says Homer. Way ahead of you, says Bob. Homer exhales. I can see the whole facility. It's where I deal, says Circus Bob. What are they doing to my son, says Homer. I've been letting my kid smoke weed since 3rd grade. But was it right? He's too soft. He's not ready for this. I'm not either. I've been chiefing it since the 70s. I smoked to escape my parents fighting. Now I'm just as shitty as my old man. I fucked up, says Homer. Homer, your son might not be the same when you see him, says Bob. I need to touch my kid, says Homer. It might be difficult, says Bob. So what if he's different? I know when I pass him the piece that he's going to be the same old Bart. They changed him, says Bob. Repack, we've bonded over the pipe for years, and you're telling me he won't enjoy it? We don't know yet. Do you think any acts of terror or weapons of mass destruction could stifle my boy's love for Chronic? Says Homer. I don't know him, says Circus Bob. Well, I do. We all do. Bart made us all laugh, says Homer. Tender Bart, says Bob. I love my fucking son, says Homer. You sell to me now, says Sonic. I sell to anyone with money, says Mo. You only sell to me, says Sonic. And if I don't, I'll fuck you up. I have people, says Mo. You don't seem to know who I am. Your people were mine before you were born, says Sonic. You're a kid, says Mo. I'll kill you, says Sonic. I feel a terrible anxiety. I think something terrible is going to happen soon, says Maggie. Hit this spice, says Lisa. We're smoking spice now? Asks Maggie. This used to be a great family, says Lisa. It still is, honey, says Marge. My brother is in Iraq. Dad's gone. We used to smoke an ounce a day, says Lisa. You need to trust your father. He always gets us through the tough times. You know this, says Marge. What if he's in over his head, says Lisa. Maybe he's in over his head, but we'll still have a roof over ours. But leave it, says Marge. He's a great man, isn't he? Says Lisa. He is, says Marge. My man is coming, says Bob. I'm nervous, says Homer. Chill, keep toking it. He smokes too. You guys can come down. Don't even worry. I'm friends with Mike, says Contact. Mike's a good guy, says Bob. Mike saved my ass, says Contact. Homer and Circus Bob descend into camp. My son, where is he? Says Homer. Ask Mike, says Contact. Mike, where is he? He's in the rec room, says Mike. Homer pauses. Homer, says Bob. This isn't my son, says Homer. A grotesque, muscular caricature of Bart is hanging out with a couple of jugheads, shooting the shit and drinking Millers. I don't even recognize him without a bong in his hand, says Homer. He hasn't noticed us yet, says Mike. The kid's wasted, says Bob. Son, says Homer. Bart, surprised. Father? What the fuck? How? What the fuck did they do to you? I'm going to cry, says Homer. Get this guy some herb, says Mike. I don't want that shit around me, says Bart. What? Says Homer. You heard me, father. I'm a grown-ass man. I'm here, fighting for your fucking life. I can't sit around all day smoking kush. Not anymore. I need clarity of mind, high reaction time. If I'm lifted out there, when it's either me or some terrorist, I'm a fucking goner. This is for you, father. This is for our family. I think of you guys every time I turn down the hashish pipe. I know you're anti-war. I was too. But this is what I have to be. I'm here for a reason. I met their demands. Now meet mine and leave. I came here for you, says Homer. Why? So you could get me high and show me SNL web shorts? Says Bart. You love laser cats, says Homer. I love America, says Bart. I want out. I was doing this for my son. That man is not my son, says Homer. Out? There is no out. You're in until we move these bricks, says Homer. Let me call my wife, says Homer. Why don't you pray instead, says Circus Bob. You're a monster, says Homer. I'm an entrepreneur, says Bob. My son, says Homer. I don't care, says Bob. Homer, aside. What have I done? I'm in Iraq. My son is a mindless killing machine. My life is so fucked up. What? Says Bob. Nothing, says Homer. It's been weeks. Where is father? Says Lisa. I don't know. I don't know, says Marge. We're running low on spice. Soon we'll be smoking salvia, says Lisa. He will provide for us, says Marge. What if he left the family, says Lisa. You're out of Kush for 3 weeks and you lose faith in your father, says Marge. Bart, talk to me, son. Why did you change, says Homer. Do you want to know what I do for fun now, father? I shoot dogs in the street, says Bart. You used to be a peaceful boy, says Homer. Now I am a man of war, says Bart. You're a ghost, says Homer. Go smoke your pot, you pathetic addict, says Bart. You've lost faith in yourself, boy. You've lost faith in humanity. I've lost faith in my depraved weed-smoking father. You were going to teach me how to game, says Homer. Don't even, says Bart. You were going to teach me Project Gotham Racing 4, says Homer. You have time for that now? I have blood on my hands, father. I can't go back to that life, says Bart. We want to make you whole again, says Homer. Come home, Bart. Toke with me, Maggie, Lisa, Ken will be waiting for you with a freshly packed bowl, says Homer. Al-Qaeda would love that, says Bart. These soldiers, they aren't your friends, says Homer. You're right, they're my family, says Bart. I'm your family, says Homer. You're a drug addict, says Bart. Weed isn't addictive, says Homer. That's why the whole family is blazed 24/7, says Bart. I provide for that family, says Homer. You're a pusher, says Bart. They smoke weed because they choose to. I don't force anyone to smoke, to toke, says Homer. You use weed to make people love you, says Bart. Stop it. You deny it? You have it backwards. I provide dank kush because I love my family. You're fucking delusional, Homer, says Bart. I miss the golden days when we had piles of fluffy dro to blaze, says Lisa. Our family is engulfed by darkness, says Maggie. There is a shadow over the Simpson household, says Lisa. Where is father? Where is brother? Says Maggie. I don't want to smoke this salvia, says Lisa. We have to. I need to smoke, says Maggie. Are we drug addicts? Says Lisa. We're recreational smokers, says Maggie. What has our father done to us? Says Lisa. He provided for us, says Maggie. Past tense? Do you think he's gone? Says Lisa. Shut up and take this fucking salvia blunt. Let's blaze, says Maggie. Lisa exhales. I hate it. The world is getting darker. I feel like I'm in a nightmare, says Maggie. I want to die, says Lisa. This salvia trip is a far cry from the luxurious perp we used to smoke daily, says Maggie. The walls are closing in, says Lisa. I miss Bart, says Maggie. Marge, looking out the kitchen window. Where is my husband? I feel that I should go to the police. As the last remnant of THC leaves my system, the graveness of our family situation occurs to me. How was I so naive? Bart, think about when you took that first hit of perp. Don't you miss it? Says Homer. I get the same high from killing, says Bart. No, says Homer. Some of the guys here can't handle it. It comes naturally to me. I was born to kill. You were born to smoke. You ghosted it on your first hit. You're a natural weed smoker. All the Simpsons are. Maybe that's true, but I'm a soldier now, says Bart. There is a darkness over the Simpson household, says Mel. The father and the son have disappeared, says Lenny. We pray for their safe return, says Carl. The weed smoke dissipates to reveal a broken family, says Mo. The wife despairs, says Lenny. The children smoke stale salvia, says Carl. Today my social security check arrived. Homer is always here for a handout, says Abe. Could have forgotten, says Leo. My son despises me, says Abe. At the bank, Abe says, have a nice day. Flanders enters. Hey man, have you seen Homer? Springfield is dry as a bone. No, I am afraid, says Abe. We can pray, says Flanders. Oh yeah, says Abe. Pray this roach will get as high. Flanders sparks up. We can't do that here, says Abe. Aside, Bart says, my father pleads for my return. It hurts me to mistreat him, but I cannot bring my darkness back to that peaceful household. I kill for my country, but why should I serve a country that asks me to kill? It doesn't matter. I cannot take back what I have done. All I can do now is spare my family. If I return to Springfield, a wave of misery will tear apart my family. This suffering is mine. I am physically and mentally scarred. I seem tough, but inside I still long for a home I know I can never return to. Perhaps in heaven, if such a thing exists, these memories and crimes will be washed away and I could rejoin my peaceful family. Heaven. Heaven. I don't think I am bound for that place. For me, it will be hell or darkness, says Bart. Hash? Got hash oil dabs, says Bob. My son is gone. He is dead. He is alive, but he is dead, says Homer. I need to move these bricks of hash by Tuesday. Let's go, says Bob. That's the last time I saw him, says Marge. Marge, Homer was seen with Bob, an international drug dealer with ties to Al-Qaeda, says Wiggum. He's involved with Al-Qaeda, says Marge. We have no reason to believe that, says Wiggum. My God, says Marge. Calm down, says Wiggum. Oh God, Marge. Hit this, says Wiggum. I moved your hash, now I want to go home, says Homer. We have a flight out of Baghdad tomorrow morning, but first I need to see a friend, says Bob. Can I say goodbye to my son, says Homer. There's no time, says Bob. Bob, please, says Homer. Bob lifts his shirt, revealing a 9mm tucked into his waistband. This was a mistake, says Homer. It was your mistake. You have to deal with the consequences, says Bob. I should have never come to Iraq, says Homer. My Homer wouldn't get involved with terrorism. He loves his country, says Marge. Ma'am, he loves getting high. There's a difference, says Wiggum. Key line. Key line. Very good line. Very, very good line. Sorry to break from the text again. I've not been commenting on the great kind of pieces of kind of just elaboration on the sort of transformation of the subject in regards to war and stuff. But that line there is not in those sections. It's in this flow of it's easy to lose that line in the flow of things. But yeah, good line. Anyway, Jesus, I have so long to go. Ma'am, he loves getting high. There's which line? Oh, when. Okay, I'll go back a bit, so you know which line I'm talking about. My Homer wouldn't get involved with terrorism. He loves his country, says Marge. Ma'am, he loves getting high. There's a difference, says Wiggum. That was the line. So this is all mine now, says Sonic. Yes, Sonic, says Burns. Even the spliff, says Sonic. The facility and all its contents are yours, says Burns. I used to create problems with my friends, says Sonic. You upset them, says Burns. Now I create jobs for America, says Sonic. Show them who's number one, says Burns. Lenny and Carl, aside. The war is fought on both fronts, in the battlefield and at our home economy. Oh my god, I think I recognize that comment that just popped up from a bot. Because I get a lot of bot comments. Oh, can the bots participate in live streams too? That's cool. Sorry again to leave the text, but for people who haven't noticed, I get a lot of bot replies on YouTube. And if you look them up, they're just kind of scraped from everywhere, from old forums and just everywhere online. There's a weird thread I haven't looked into yet of people talking about comments that talk about Josh Dufarina, who seems to be a teenager who thinks he invented time travel or something. But I haven't looked into it. But it's it's weird. It is annoying because I can't tell if someone's actually commenting sincerely or not. But at the same time, with this kind of scrape, I don't know. It's like the unconscious mind of the internet, just writhes and chitters in my comment section. But I do believe that Zoo there is a bot because I recognize the profile picture. But it says Flanders in it, which makes me which is a weird coincidence. I don't know. I apologize if you're not a bot, Zoo. The ability, like my not knowing that, is kind of terrifying. Now I'm thinking of the first Blade Runner. Anyway, yeah, Hiram, you looked him up. I need to dig more into that shit. I get so many of them just about him. I don't know why so many of these bots. They seem to have like no purpose, like no economic. I don't know what the like why, like who is doing it or why, or if anybody even is. But like a lot of them are these like long paragraphs, obviously posted in relation to Josh Dufarina, and I don't know why so many of the bots use that text. Anyway, yeah, there's a sort of attritional value to this. A kind of almost something, perhaps spiritually, hopefully spiritually, positively attritional. Because I'm hungry and I'm also kind of cold, but I don't want to move. I want to keep doing this. So here we go. We're on page 56 of 249. I think that I shouldn't have said that. I should have kept you in a hallucinatory, just kind of stasis where you're not considering what you're in for. Is there going to be an intermission? I don't know. I didn't plan anything. Like earlier today, I was like, I want to do a live stream reading of Marijuana Simpson. And then tonight, after a evening of sort of manic discontent, I was like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it tonight. And I decided very intentionally to pull the trigger without preparation to kind of release me from my present being. So I don't know. I have not planned for anything. I feel like being like an intermission. I feel like unless I need to pee or something. Intermission for Hannah Be Less Hungry and Cold. Oh, but I mean that's a very generous thing for you guys to say, but I am, I feel like the typical. Just keep taking excessive breaks for coffee and cigarettes. I made this I've got this mug here. It's quite large, and I made a coffee. I put like 5 spoons of coffee in this so that I wouldn't have to keep taking coffee breaks. I rolled one. I should have pre-rolled a bunch before this. I didn't. I rolled one right before I started the live stream, which was a mistake. Maybe, I don't know. I would like to get a bowl of cereal, but that's against the spirit of what I'm doing. But maybe I can throw something warmer on. I'll do that real quick right now. Hang on, the intermission. This is not an intermission. I'm not doing an intermission, of course. But very briefly, I'll just switch into something slightly warmer for you guys. Don't leave. Please don't leave. Please don't leave. I just realized I don't know if this stream could get like taken down for me. I didn't like I just I have good taste in black metal, but I just typed black metal into YouTube. Hopefully that doesn't cause a problem. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I sprinted because I care about this project, what we're doing right now. I also did a break. I got a bowl of cereal. Do you think I should read it and eat the cereal at the same time, or do you want me to eat it and then continue? I'll take input. Okay, one one for eat first. Okay, you're gonna have to watch then. What do you guys think about the war? Yeah, it's bad. Yeah. Mm, not in Iraq. The current ones that are happening now. There's a couple you can choose from. It's not cornflakes. Um, oh, they're probably made by the same people. I appreciate you guys allowing me to do this um, cereal brain. What do we think about Marijuana Simpson so far? Mm. Oh, yeah. Okay, so Homer using the weed as a crutch to the detriment of his family. I think it's already posing, what if, you know, sorry, my brain's in sort of serial mode. Hang on, it's not in discourse mode. Okay, so firstly, and I'll get right back to the text. I don't want to linger in the middle talking too much because I want it to be experienced fully in itself. And it's like it's weird because like I don't want to like I want to just direct people to the text to see its value, but at the same time, you have to experience the whole thing through to get that. You have to. It's kind of hidden in the text, hidden within itself, obviously, its value. Anyway, he's using weed as a crutch to the detriment of his family, but his family are also huge tokers. So you know, it like, what if it's also his family? It's a detriment to his family, but his family could perhaps be, you know, deeply woven into the detriment. Like there's a line from a John Eno song. He says, "Broken Britain, but that's how we like it," in it, which could perhaps be brought up to what I'm like thinking about. Like, um, basically, Homer is acting. He's enabling them to be tokens. That's true. But what if, on a broader scale, they couldn't not be? You know, like in a the context of the world that they live in. Was this a sort of an inevitable out expression of their sort of cultural situation, which is kind of relevant to them. Hiram said, "I like the way the nuclear family is contrasted against the country's foreign affairs," and that is a very interesting uh, thing to bring up. Like, yeah, two integral parts of America are shown as directly frictional to one another, directly kind of undermining, you know, undermining one another. I do think that's a very important point uh, um, in yeah, analyzing the text. Anyway, uh, I will continue. I am going to roll first. I really appreciate those sticking around. Um, I don't know if you can see how many people there are. You probably can, but just in case you can't, all 30,000 of you, well, holy shit, guys, thank you. Oh, I actually, I hope I never have 30,000. Maybe, I don't know if that's a manageable. 30,000, there's an interesting quote in, I just read it today in, one of, Rainer Maria Rilke's poems, a German guy. He says, "For I still didn't understand fame, that public demolition of someone who is in the process of becoming, whose building site the mob breaks into, knocking down his stones." Which I feel is a really good way of, the way that fame kind of acts as like an interjection into an artist's sort of what they're actually doing and where they could be going. Almost an idea that like the best way to support an artist is almost to leave them alone and let let them continue to the ends of their sort of the ends of the process that you like them for. But I don't know, it's complicated. So in that sense, um, I'd rather be in the gutter than on a pedestal. But I mean, not really. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I can't ever say a real thing if I'm in front of a camera. That's not true. But that's maybe what I'm doing it. I just said something not true. Anyway, uh, it's weird when you record something like you enter a kind of weird automatic artifice, but you can delete it afterwards. It's not. I'm like, I've done it now. You're watching me. I can't do anything about this. I can't just like delete this. You're here, what, looking at me? What the fuck? So that's weird, and I'm experiencing what it does to the psyche in real time. This is the first time I've ever done this, I think. Uh, wow, it feels like a real intellectualist salon now. So you guys chatting so fervently with me, but we've got to get back to the movie in text. Um, so 11 of you are back. Perfect. That's the same number when I took a break. So Mr. Burns has just given Sonic all of his all of his property, all of his own industry shit. And Lenny and Carl, aside, comment: the war is fought on both fronts, in the battlefield and at our home economy. I'm tripping on this nutmeg, says Barney. Oh, thanks for your comment. Look, sorry, I'm fucking getting distracted. Um, I can't keep tripping face on this Sal. I need an ounce of swag or something, says Lisa. I got the shittiest brick in town, says Bender. My dad gave me fluffy stuff, says Lisa. Your old man? Your old man is selling to the other side, says Bender. Homer doesn't deal, says Lisa. What has my husband gotten involved in, says Marge. The police say he may be in Iraq to save our son from war? Or worse? Do you remember the times we spent in this gazebo? Says Lisa. Our father built it, says Maggie. We filled it with weed smoke daily, says Lisa. He's gone now, says Maggie. He will return. You believe that? We will hotbox this gazebo again. You have faith in him. If you have faith in him, says Maggie. He was faithful, says Lisa. Through marijuana he found Christ, says Maggie. And so did we, says Lisa. And how does our brother fare? I fear he may be lost, says Maggie. In the desert of Iraq, says Lisa. The deserts of violence and alcohol, says Maggie. I was a good father. I shouldn't be in Iraq, says Homer. A good father doesn't sell hash in Iraq, says Bob. But my son, says Homer. You're a joke, says Bob. Maggie, Lisa, Ken, I have news about father, says Marge. Please, please, say the children. He's in Iraq. He went after Bart. He's in big trouble. Why? Says Maggie. He's with a drug dealer who may be involved with Al Qaeda, says Marge. Did he help Bart? Says Lisa. I don't think so, says Marge. Bart made a promise to his country, says Maggie. Can it with the patriotic stuff, Mags, says Lisa. I thought you were against the war, says Marge. Some wars are necessary, says Maggie. Not this one, says Lisa. That's enough, says Marge. It will never be enough, says Lisa. Bart is brave, says Maggie. He didn't want to fight. He just wanted to blaze and chill, says Lisa. He's fighting for our right to blaze and chill, says Maggie. And how's that working out for you? Since Bart and Father left, we've been smoking resin, says Lisa. The resin isn't even that bad, says Maggie. Did we ever smoke resin when our father was here? Says Lisa. We used to smoke an ounce a day. My brother is a hero. Fuck your ounce, says Maggie. Language, language, says Marge. Sorry, says Maggie. Your heart is in the right place, but I don't like the language, says Marge. I want my family back, says Lisa. Sorry, just getting rid of this. How free are you going to be when we have to bury Bart before his 20th birthday? Says Lisa. Enough, says Marge. I'm out of here, says Maggie. Oh shit, the music. Sorry. I think it's very fitting, the Solaire. Anyway. You sure you can move 2 pounds a week? Says Mo. I have no choice, says Ken. You're a brave boy, says Mo. I must redeem my broken family, says Ken. The younger son takes action, says Lenny. He wants to restore his family's glory, says Carl. His rise will change everything, says Mo. It's time for you to meet my friend, says Bob. I want to go home, says Homer. Bob smacks Homer across the mouth. Get out of the car. Bob and Homer enter a mansion. Bricks of hash everywhere. Where are we? Says Homer. Hello, Homer, says Milhouse. My son's friend Milhouse? It's me. What are you doing in Iraq? I'm the main hash supplier for Al-Qaeda. That's insane, says Homer. Is it so insane? Any more insane that you find your own self in this wild land? I came here for my son. Sure. We all came here for something. I came here to do IT work for a military contractor. Now look at me. This place changes people. I don't want to change. I like you am, says Homer. You'll change. I'll make you change, says Milhouse. What does that mean, says Homer. Enough questions, Simpson, says Bob. He's fine. Shut up, Bob, says Milhouse. Sorry, says Bob. Roll the grown-ups a hash blunt and go the hell away. Homer exhales a huge hit. How's the hash, says Milhouse. It's really good, says Homer. Milhouse smiles. I know. It's chocolatey, says Homer. And you're telling me you don't want to be a part of this? Says Milhouse. Homer, a part of what? This place. Iraq. Paradise, says Milhouse. I have a family, says Homer. I have unlimited weed, said Milhouse. Damn, says Homer. Yeah, says Milhouse. That sounds good, says Homer. It is good, says Milhouse. Homer, aside. The promise of endless pleasure, but my family at home. What would they do without me? I can't do this. I must leave Iraq. Marge. My husband mingles with Mujahideen thousands of miles from home. How I hope that his intentions are noble. This family needs him, says Marge. My brother is a hero. My father is a coward. Both have left the family, but only one has intentions of restoring our family's honor, says Maggie. It's a good line. Because I shouldn't interject. Maggie picks up the phone. Mags, it's Ken. Ken? I don't recognize the number. I'm in jail, sis. I'm facing 10 years. My God, for what? What did you do? I was trying to help. Ken, what did you do? I shot a guy. Ken, why? It's a long story. I was selling dank for Mo and it got complicated. The guy is fine, but I'm facing an assault charge. I didn't have any product on me, but that's the least of my problems now. I'm being remanded. I won't be able to see anybody until my trial. I'm sorry. I just wanted to help the family. Maggie is sobbing. I have to go. Hangs up. Ken hangs up. This family that was once united by dank buds has been torn apart by those same buds. God forgive us, says Maggie. You call these nugs? Haha, what have you been smoking, says Sonic. Pot, says Smithers. I know, says... I know. Where did you get these regs, says Sonic. It's spice, says Smithers. This is regular grade weed, says Sonic. Bender deals brown bud, says Smithers. I thought Bob chased Bender away, says Sonic. Bob is in Iraq with Homer, says Smithers. Homer is brave, says Sonic. He's strong, says Smithers. Bender is pushing in my neighborhood, says Sonic. Are regulars a threat, says Smithers. All pot smokers as threats to me in society, says Sonic. You smoke too, says Smithers. I want to fuck this town up, says Sonic. You're a kid, says Smithers. Fuck this. I'm going to kick your entire ass, says Sonic. The Simpson boy. I had a feeling you'd end up here, someday. We all do. What's up, neighbor, says Flanders. I don't want to talk about it, says Ken. Fuck pigs, man, says Flanders. Ken is silent. I was tokening... What the fuck do you mean I have a Habsburg jaw? Sorry. I feel like I'm undermining this reading by... I shouldn't have even entertained analysis. It's kind of disgusting. It's an imposition that I don't like, that I've done. I think Super Swag, I don't know, maybe is there a fucking... Is there the bit rate? I don't know. I'm watching the playback and I don't see what you're talking about. I should just be ignoring you, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Oh. Okay. Flanders says, I was token in a bank. Wasn't the first time, sure as hell won't be the last. Because it's like, the thing is, I've impressed my personality, myself, onto the text by presenting it with, like, not just breaklessly. And I'm doing it more now, but that's just to elaborate upon my own sin, you know? To elaborate upon, you know, to make an example of my mistake, but it should have been presented completely as itself, front to back. I've elaborated myself into the thing. I've perverted it. You're not getting the text anymore, and this is probably your first experience with Marijuana Simpson. You know, I don't like that. I don't like that I've done that. And it may work to my benefit, but that's not, you know, this is just supposed to be about the text. Bring in the American accents. I could throw an accent in, maybe Homer. I have to, because the thing is, there's so many characters. Maybe Homer. Maybe from this point on, I'll read Homer's. No. Oh, I'm tempted to say from now on Homer will be in like a stupid American voice, but you know. Ugh, yeah, I don't think I should do that. I'm worried about further sullying this experience. But I do like that idea a lot, but, you know, as the Genesis story tells us, you know, we are very capable as human beings of wanting and desiring what is bad for us, what we should not have, referring to the fall of man, Garden of Eden. You can also experience that just by going to McDonald's. Anyway. Yeah, I'm sorry, Lochner Plateau Garden. Maybe next time I do a live, continuous Marijuana Simpson reading. Oh my god, I gotta get going. Oh shit. Okay, I gotta keep going. Interior. Millhouse's garage. I need to save my son. I need to go home. I need to end this war myself. But first, I need to hit this brick, says Homer. Millhouse. Yes, Homer? What if you could rule this desert? I do. But officially, that's impossible. They didn't even vote here, says Millhouse. We can bring democracy to the Iraqi people, says Homer, repacking bowl. You have connections, right? Obviously, says Millhouse. Can you arrange a meeting with the man? Says Homer. Him? Says Milhouse. Yes, says Homer. I think I can do that, says Milhouse. Does he smoke? Says Homer. President George Bush, he smokes weed all fucking day, says Milhouse. Nice, says Homer. I knew I voted for the right guy. Cool, says Milhouse. He's good, says Homer. I guess. Also, it's not a microphone, says Milhouse. Sorry, says Homer. Bob can't know, says Milhouse. Bob doesn't know his 5 chambers from his 6s. Harsh, says Milhouse. Fuck Bob, says Homer. George Walker Bush will be in Iran tomorrow, says Milhouse. We're in Iraq, says Homer. Iran is similar, says Milhouse. I'm going to smoke with Bush, says Homer. Aside, Homer says, this war has reached its zenith. I can ascend politics, using my historical materialist outlook, and bring this to a close. Interior, Iranian embassy. I'm nervous, says Homer. I know this guy well, says Milhouse. What if he knows Ideal, says Homer. He smokes, says Milhouse. Oh yeah, says Homer. Should I roll a blunt before we see him? Is it courteous, says Homer. Roll Bush at least a courtesy J, says Milhouse. Jay's a lightweight shit, says Homer. George Bush is a heavyweight, expert smoker, says Milhouse. I'm glad he's in our White House, says Homer. I have problems with him, says Milhouse. He's chill and smokes, and he's... Can I do a W impression for Bush's lines? Yeah, okay. Let me keep reading until we get to him. I disagree with the war. Homer says he's chill and smokes, and he's fighting for us. I disagree with the war and its tax cuts, says Milhouse. You hate free enterprise, says Homer. Competition is fine when it's fair, says Milhouse. It's fair to us all. The American dream is real, says Homer. Bush smokes too much, says Milhouse. Forget it, says Homer. Bush can receive us now, says Milhouse. You better hit this shit hard, says Homer. Business first, says Milhouse. No, says Homer. I'm gonna light up right now. Wait till he's ready, says Milhouse. I'll blow weed in Bush's face, says Homer. Don't, says Milhouse. The door opens. I'm not gonna try a W. I'll do a cowboy voice. Milhouse, it's been ages, my dear boy, says Bush. I have 2 L's now, says Milhouse. Since when? I rolled 2 L's a day. Good one. Thanks. That was nice, says Homer. Who's that? Says Bush. A fellow toker and a thinking man, says Milhouse. We're smoking? I rolled a blunt, says Homer. Hash or green? Says Bush. Green, says Homer. Thank God, this desert dank is hurting my throat, says George W. Bush. It's the same for me, says Homer. First hit? It's all yours, says Homer. Business first. Homer, aside. This is shady. Milhouse says, pass it to the left. Homer, your turn. This shit is fucking soaked, says Homer. He got spit on it, says Milhouse. I fucked up, says Homer. This was a bad idea. I'm leaving. I'm sorry, says Bush. It's nasty, says Homer. I have cotton mouth, says Bush. I thought you would chill, says Homer. I'm chill, I'm sorry. I'll roll a new one. I'll smoke that one. Give me your best dro. I smoke only the best. You know Mo? Mo ruined my life, says Homer. Mo is a snake, says Milhouse. Mo has never wronged me, says Bush. Mo cut me off, says Homer. Well, that's fucked, says Bush. I'm here for a reason, says Homer. What? What? Says Bush. I want to end this war, says Homer. I'm too high for this, ha ha ha. I want to listen to Shuggy Otis. What the fuck? Says Homer. Shut the fuck up and stay on topic, says Milhouse. Too late. This guy sucks, says Homer. He's normally better, says Milhouse. Did we get him too high? Says Homer. I warned you, says Milhouse. Should have rolled a J. You're holding out. You know more than you're telling. I don't. You're dodging the issue. Stop. Where are they? Where are what? The WMDs, the cause of this war. That's confidential, right? Says Homer. Don't narc on me. Don't use a lingo with me, lightweight. There are no weapons, just massive pools of hash oil. I knew it, says Homer. We've extracted enough, but we can't end the war. It's too sensitive. How? He has prisoners. Saddam? Says Homer. Saddam. Casualties of war are inevitable. This is your doing. Own up to it. You sent your pawns into this mess to be torn apart. War is the only constant in history. In this modern era, the thirst of capital cannot be quenched with mere blood or oil. You didn't create this system, but you propagate it. I see now. Milhouse is right. You're a bad person. Imperialism is wrong. Imperialism is just a word. The desire to expand is part of the human nature. Human nature? Don't make me laugh, says Homer. Since the dawn of industrialization, you people have treated your citizens as cogs in the machine of profit, says Homer, lighting a blunt. Holding in the smoke. The wealth gap is staggering, and all you care about is, exhales, money. But I can it. Why did I skip Marx studies? Milhouse says, and Engels. Engels is over my head. I voted for this false stoner, says Homer. But we can't end the war. Why, says Homer. He has your son. Bart? What? No, not Bart. Homer pauses. Milhouse is pausing. My intel man is calling. I'll put him on speaker. Man says, Ken has been kidnapped by Al-Qaeda. Is he safe? The terrorists are waterboarding Ken. How'd they get their hands on him? Our prison system is corrupt. Tell me about it, says Homer. I will, later. Oh, shit. I will, later. Let's cheap. The blunt is still lit? Let me get a hit. Gross, no. How the fuck can I save my son? One of your son is able-bodied. Bart isn't chill anymore. It's true, says Milhouse. The kid stopped token? It's your own military practice that did this, says Homer. I fucked up, says Bush. Bart stands outside of Iraqi White House, amidst a pile of corpses. I made it this far. There's no going back. Here I come, Ken, says Bart. I'm too good at this. I'm scaring myself. I shoot people like it's nothing. Am I even doing this for Ken? Or my own sick pleasure? No. Ken sucks. This is all for me. This blood wasn't spilled for my brother or my country. This is for me. I've turned into a monster and I fucking love it. Love? That's a strong word. I only feel hatred. For everyone. This place has a decent backyard. Saddam must be out there chilling. Here I come, motherfucking Hussein. Let me just get the music going again. We are one Soler album into this. I'm also going to swap into a warmer jumper. 1 second, sorry. It's very, very cold here in my room. Harsh British winds. Exterior, Iraqi White House. Backyard. A gazebo sits in the center. Smoke billows out. It evokes memories of home and young Bart. Shit, says Bart. Bart approaches the gazebo. I'm shaking. I'm scared. Should I turn back? Is this a sign? He's toking in there. I know it. Interior, gazebo. Walls plastered with Marley memorabilia and road signs. This layout, says Bart. A shadow sits in the corner, hitting a bong. You've made it. Saddam Hussein, world villain, says Bart. I've done nothing wrong. I did it for my people, says Saddam. You attacked mine, says Bart. I know you won't see it my way. I accept my death. I've been waiting for this, says Saddam. I'll do it with pleasure, you sick fuck, says Bart. This gazebo, it's one of only 2 like it in the world, built of the finest hemp, says Saddam. I don't know shit about construction, says Bart. But you know about life, Bart, says Saddam. I know only about killing, says Bart. Death is part of life, says Saddam. Shut the fuck up, I'll kill you, says Bart. You will. I saw it, says Saddam. You're talking nonsense, you crazy fucking stoner, says Bart. Saddam smiles. Don't you recognize it, Bart? No? You do. Admit it. It's from someone else's life. It's not mine. You feel like a different person now? I am not a person. I'm a machine of the state. Machines have organs, says Saddam. You're the same being that you always were, with different perception. You're high, says Bart. I'm right, says Saddam. This has gone on too fucking long. I'm going to end this, says Bart. Go ahead, but let me get one last toke, says Saddam. Fine, I won't deny it, says Bart. Why don't you hit it, says Saddam. Saddam reveals a crystal bong traced with golden elephants. That bong is racist, says Bart. It's magic, says Saddam. I'll play your game. You think one hit will affect my aim? You think I won't put a bullet in your head? Says Bart. I embrace death. And this is no game. I've longed to smoke weed with the man who will kill me since I was a boy. You're twisted, says Bart. Saddam casually holds out bong as a friend. Bart accepts it with shaking hands. Toke on it, says Saddam. I am, says Bart. Bart takes massive hit and cannot properly clear the smoke from the piece. I'm rusty, says Bart. I can't even see through the smoke. I can't even see through the smoke, says Saddam. Oh, he says, ha. This changes nothing, says Bart. Sit down next to me. You can keep your gun out, says Saddam. I need to sit, says Bart. Tell me why, says Saddam. No, says Bart. Why do you need to sit, says Saddam. Says Bart. Say it, says Saddam. I'm blazed out of my fucking mind. Saddam, laughing. Cool. I have a gazebo just like this at home, says Bart. I know, says Saddam. How? Says Bart. I used to build them, says Saddam. What? I built yours too, says Saddam. Why the fuck? Says Bart. I really appreciate hemp as an alternative building material. I can send you articles, says Saddam. But why ours, says Bart. The perfect smoking hangout. A palace fit for only the most hardcore pothead, says Saddam. We're nothing special, says Bart. I disagree, says Saddam. Never has Herb brought a family as close together as it does yours, says Saddam. We have issues, says Bart. We all do, says Saddam. It ruined us, says Bart. Self-criticism ruined you. If you smoke freely and without care, love will grow. How did you know us? Says Bart. Tell me. I'm a moderator on the Grass City forums. says Saddam. What? Says Bart. Toke Mahal 149, says Saddam. That's you? Says Bart. I've talked to your dad on IRC for years. We post together, says Saddam. You're a terrorist, says Bart. I'm just a lonely stoner, says Saddam. All these years I've had this gazebo, and you're the first to ever smoke with me in it. I'm getting too lifted, says Bart. I want you to take another hit. I want you to exhale through your iron sights as you fire the bullet, says Saddam. I shouldn't do it, says Bart. I am a bad man. Don't let yourself waver. I had to do one good thing before I left. You knocked the towers down, says Bart. Bart lifts his rifle to Saddam's dome. He takes a massive, multi-chambered hit. A tear forms in his eye, and he pulls the trigger. Goodbye, you beautiful bastard. I guess I should find my worthless brother Ken now. Hope he's not fucking dead. Turn on the news. Bart has done something wonderful, says Marge. Do you see, Lisa? He was a hero all along, says Maggie. It's complex, says Lisa. He took a man's life. He attacked our country, says Maggie. His connection to Al-Qaeda was never proven, says Lisa. Unlike our father, says Maggie. That's a good one. We don't know all the facts, says Lisa. You're ignorant, says Maggie. You're blinded by hate, says Lisa. Marge, aside. I need to get high so bad. Mo, please, I'm begging you, front me an 8th until next week. And what happens next week? You're fucking unemployed, says Mo. Bart killed Saddam. He's going to get a big bonus from the army, says Marge. You're not going to see a dime of that money. He owes me, says Mo. Mo, please, we're desperate. My family is falling apart, says Marge. I don't front perfectly good perp to degenerate drug addicts, says Mo. Just let me have a ball of resin, please, for old time's sake. Get the fuck out of my bar before I call the cops. Marge sobs. Ugh. Ugh. Mrs. Simpson? Says Wiggum. Young Wiggum, please, you know my son. I just need a gram to get me through the week. Dad, come here. Marge, what the hell are you doing here? I need to blaze. My family needs to blaze. I'm a fucking police officer, Marge. You can't come into my house with this crap. I'm desperate, says Marge. Go home to your kids, says Wiggum. The family torn apart by drugs and war, says Carl. The wife and daughters struggle, says Lenny. When will the father return, says Mo. When will you see that war has destroyed this family, says Lisa. Drugs have destroyed this family. Bart is our only hope, says Maggie. The best hope for a peaceful family is a ruthless killer, says Lisa. Shame on you for speaking of your brother like that, says Maggie. Sir, please, you knew my husband, says Marge. Lady, I couldn't fucking stand your husband, but have a dub sack on me. Now be gone, says Sonic. Oh, thank you, thank you. You've saved my family, sir. Thank you. Christ, lady, it's just mids. Calm down, says Sonic. Maggie, Lisa, look, I got a dub sack. After we smoke it, we can scrape the resin. Don't you see? It's not about the weed anymore, says Lisa. Ugh. We called the embassy in Iraq. They're bringing father home, says Maggie. What about Bart, says Marge. He signed a 10-year contract with the army, says Lisa. He what? Says Marge. They need him over there. Saddam wasn't the only evil man in that tumultuous region, says Maggie. Maggie is right, says Lisa. Bart can do more in the Middle East than he could ever do back home with us. He's never going to be the same, says Maggie. My boy, says Marge. He's a man now. You need to understand that, says Maggie. He's a killer, but I've come to accept it, says Lisa. Sorry, but who has the grinder, says Marge. I can just crumble it, says Lisa. I don't know where the... Oh yeah, Apu had it, says Maggie. Oh, says Lisa. Just crumble it by hand, that's fine, says Marge. Where did you get this autumn leaf-looking nasty-ass weed, says Maggie. From Mr. Sonic, says Marge. Maggie drops the blunt. What? Mr. Sonic is a cold and unscrupulous business magnate. He has an ulterior motive for giving you this free weed. Shit, says Maggie. There's no such thing as free weed, says Lisa. You should know this, says Maggie. I didn't start smoking until I was like 35, says Marge. Whoa, says Lisa. This town's been fucking dead for 2 months, says Willie. It's shit here anymore, says Skinnerd. I fucking hate this weedless town, says Willie. I used to smoke every day with these brats. Now I have to beg them for a hit of res. Kids are different now, says Skinnerd. Here I am. I'm smoking leftover shit from a 9-year-old, and I'm loving it. Bart left us in hell, says Skinner. I'm sober, says Willie. I'm actually pretty high off this swag, says Marge, exhaling. It's a body high, says Lisa. My legs are spasming. I think I hear gunshots, says Maggie. She's freaking out, says Marge. Her guilt is getting to her, says Lisa. I celebrated a killer, says Maggie. He's still our brother. He was forced into that deadly profession, says Lisa. Marge exhales huge blunt hit. What the hell are you talking about? Maggie, Marge, and Lisa silently smoke the rest of the blunt. The young women have found temporary relief, says Mo. A couple of grams won't be enough, says Carl. The familial serenity will not last, says Lenny. We need Bart, says Skinner. He was a ruckus, and a stoner, says Willie. He didn't finish his GED, says Skinner. Will he be trapped here, says Willie. Bart will restore this school's honor, says Skinner. The superintendent is on your case, says Willie. I can't smoke spice anymore, says Skinner. Same, says Willie. Bart signed up for 10 years. Hey, Doctor. There's no way we can make him come home. That's against the law, says Willie. The law means nothing in this hellhole, says Skinner. Good riddance to Springfield, says Willie. I'll bring it back, says Skinner. Springfield hell, says Willie. Itch and scratch don't make me laugh anymore, says Sonic. You're lame now. Pass it, says Smithers. Without Simpson clan, Springfield falls, says Sonic. The plane has arrived, says Marge. I hope we can get the taxi soon, says Lisa. Father returns, says Maggie. Will he have Bud? Says Marge. Is Ken with Father? Says Lisa. Ken doesn't get mentioned in this fucking house, says Marge. Mom, you're serious? I'm dry as a bone. Interior, airport. Homer enters. Homer, somber. I bring bad news to my family. You forgot to pack the herb? Says Marge. No, I have 3 pounds, says Homer. Where's my son? Says Marge. Ken got held up, says Homer. I'll wait for him, says Marge. Ken won't make it back alive, says Maggie. He's weak, says Lisa. After son Bart found him, they fought. Ken ran into the desert, says Homer. I don't want to discuss this, says Marge. Tell me more, says Lisa. No, says Homer. I listen only to my wonderful wife, says Homer. Dad's lust for Mom is increased by hash usage, says Maggie. Hash saved their marriage, says Lisa. Tell us about the Ken's fight, says Maggie. I can't discuss it, but I'll illustrate it, says Homer. And then in the text there's a link to an image. It's gone now. We'll just keep going. Ah, a counterclockwise passer, says Maggie. He wouldn't pass to the left, says Homer. Where did we go wrong with him, says Marge. Let's spark, says Homer. In an airport, says Maggie. The attacks, says Lisa. It's good now, I fixed it, says Homer. Bart did, says Marge. I met Bush, says Homer. Bush didn't do shit. My son saved this globe, says Marge. Bush hid the facts, says Maggie. Bush is a paper tiger, says Lisa. Bush is chill, said Homer. What happened to Bush, says Marge. Bush got too fucking high for his own good, says Homer. Our own president, says Maggie. Bush is a lightweight, says Homer. He coughed directly into the bong. No discipline, says Marge. He blew the weed out of the slider piece, says Homer. I voted for this pig, says Maggie. I convinced Bush to end the war, says Homer. We don't need the oil, says Marge. Why is Bart still there, says Maggie. It's complex, says Homer. How high did our president get on weed, says Marge. He was blazed so hard that he... No, says Maggie. Yes, says Homer. He forgot Poland, says Lisa. Can we go the fuck home and smoke pot, said Homer. I want the drove first, said Marge. I want to try the hashish brick, said Lisa. I'll roll too, said Homer. Interior, Simpson's home, baked. Are we going to talk about Bart, says Marge. I just invited Apu, said Homer. Apu can't party, says Lisa. Apu goes hard, says Homer. I'm serious, Homer, says Marge. I miss this fucking place, says Homer. We've been in hell, Dad, says Lisa. We smoked salvia, says Maggie. What? Says Homer. You let our kids trip on sal? We were desperate, says Marge. Salvia? Marge, are you fucking kidding me? Marge begins sobbing. It's legal shit, Father, says Lisa. You got the shit part right, says Homer. You left us, says Marge. Our son, our beautiful fucking son. You didn't bring him back. You gave the president first hit and you forgot our son, says Marge. Our president slobbers on the blunt, says Homer. What the fuck did you even do over there, says Marge. I pushed Bob's brick, says Homer. Homer. That's dirty, says Lisa. Hello, says Apu. Hey, Apu, says Homer. I'm here to blaze, says Apu. We have 3 pieces packed, says Homer. Hash for me, says Homer. Keep it, I'm sick of brick, says Homer. I'm already uncomfortable, says Apu. Just chill, says Homer. Why did you invite me? You just got home, says Apu. I want to get twisted, says Homer. I carry 4 locos in my shop, says Apu. Did you bring any? Says Homer. Only the watermelon flavor, says Apu. Toss me one, says Homer. Father, says Lisa. Sometimes a father needs to drink a 4 Loko to deal with his weed-bombing kids, says Homer. You just got home, says Maggie. Home? What? Says Homer. Homer gazes wistfully at the gazebo. That place is off limits. But Hawks... that place is off limits, says Homer. But hotboxing the gazebo is efficient, says Marge. Not without Bart, says Homer. I really don't want to be here for this. I have shit to do, says Apu. You'll stay in my house and smoke my fucking weed for free, says Homer. Hard to turn down perps and brick, says Apu. Lay off my brick. You're killing it, says Apu. Says Homer. Your son is a killer too, says Apu. Apu, I don't need your shit. You're acting like Sonic, says Homer. I'm a grown man, says Apu. You're acting just like him, says Homer. Sorry, says Apu. Marge. Can we talk? In private? What? Why? That's weird, says Apu. I was talking to Homer, says Marge. I don't want Apu to witness this, says Maggie. Anything you can say to me, you can say to Apu, says Homer. Please don't do this, says Apu. Apu, please go talk to my wife in private, says Homer. Homer, why are you doing this? Says Marge. Apu can relay your bullshit message to me, says Homer. I'm having a panic attack, says Apu. Take another hit. Go and whisper with my wife, says Homer. Homer, I'm freaking the fuck out, says Apu. My wife has a soothing voice, says Homer. It's cramped in here, says Apu. We have a finished basement, says Homer. I'm not going there, says Apu. Marge, lead him there, says Homer. What the fuck, says Marge. Interior, basement. Apu, I need to know what happened in Iraq, says Marge. I need to leave, says Apu. Apu, says Marge. Please, says Apu. Ask my husband where our son is, and why he's doing this. I'm not doing that, says Apu. We smoke you out and you do this, says Marge. I haven't had kush in months. I can't handle this right now, says Apu. I have regs to calm you down, says Marge. Mo? Says Apu. He has shit now, says Marge. Mo went to the gutter, says Apu. Sonic took the good stuff, says Marge. Sonic doesn't sell, says Apu. He's a fiend, says Marge. He misses his father, says Apu. I miss the father of my children, says Marge. The bud will help, says Apu. Bud doesn't answer questions, says Marge. I might die tonight, says Apu. Apu? My heart. Have some water, says Marge. This is dirty bong water, says Apu. We made a grav bong in our bathtub, says Marge. So? Says Apu. All of our water goes to this bong, says Marge. I need professional help, says Apu. You'll talk to my husband, says Marge. I never asked for this, says Apu. I never asked for this war. But your people. My people? Are you insane? Says Apu. If the shoe fits, says Marge. What are you saying? Says Apu. Convenient how you moved here 25 years before 9/11, says Marge. I'm Indian, you fucking bigot, says Apu. Sorry, says Marge. I'm on edge. I barely know you guys. I just smoke your weed, says Apu. You used to deal, says Marge. My kids are in college, says Apu. Oh? My kid sold his soul for this disgrace of a nation. Blame those fuckers on Wall Street, says Apu. I blame you, says Marge. I told you, I'm Indian, said Apu. You're a pussy, says Marge. What the fuck, says Apu. Talk to Homer, says Marge. I'm scared, says Apu. Homer isn't armed, says Marge. Bob had guns, says Apu. Bob? I forgot about Bob, says Marge. Isn't he the cause of all your pain? Says Apu. Bob trashed our gazebo and left us in ruin, says Marge. Email him, says Apu. You need to do it, says Marge. I won't, says Apu. Email Bob now, says Marge. Why can't I fucking go home? Why can't you do it, says Apu. I'm too high to deal with this shit, says Marge. The resin lowered your tolerance, says Apu. I'll kill you, says Marge. You couldn't, says Apu. I want my family back, says Marge. I'm leaving. Bye, says Apu. You son of a bitch, says Marge. Interior, Simpson living room. Homer, whispering. Did you fuck my wife? No, I'm leaving, says Apu. I'll find you, says Homer. Let me go, says Apu. My son can turn you into ground beef chops, says Homer. You're stoned, Homer, says Apu. Wiggum will take my side, says Homer. Fuck off, says Apu. Your breath smells like old hash. Your teeth are brown. You're a mess. I have my eye on you, says Homer. You wanted this, says Apu. Fuck, says Homer. Exterior, Simpson Street. Fuck that shit, says Apu. Tiene alguna marijuana? I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, says Man. What the fucking hell is going on, says Apu. The merchant feels the oppressive weight of destiny on his shoulders, says Lenny. Could Apu turn to the cops? Says Carl. He smoked their hash, says Mo. Mo's tavern. Marge sits alone in a dark booth. A shadow approaches. Thank you for coming. I don't have anyone else to turn to, says Marge. You thought that you, a peasant, could turn to me, says Sonic. That's rude, says Marge. I have attitude problems, and all the cush in Springfield, says Sonic. I have attitude problems and all the cush in Springfield. Then why did you come here, says Marge. Curiosity, boredom. I feel like as I blaze, an emptiness inside me is growing, says Sonic. Damn, says Marge. I get to be high all the time, though, says Sonic. That's cool, says Marge. Yeah, says Sonic. Some serious shit has happened, says Marge. I don't give a fuck. I want Middle Eastern weed, says Sonic. You'll get it, says Marge. When? Says Sonic. You need to message Bob. Fuck Bob. True, but you're the only one he's afraid of, says Marge. What do I even say to him? What is it that we're even doing? Says Sonic. Find out what he knows about Bart, what went down in Iraq. I want my husband and son back, says Marge. But why? Talk to Homer about it, says Sonic. Homer's lips are sealed to the grav bong, says Marge. Bathtub? Says Sonic. We made a bong out of it, says Marge. Genius. But I get your concern, says Sonic. Thing is, babe, I have no concern for your family. You have all the weed you can smoke, says Marge. I do. But you don't have Iraqi connections, says Marge. Why would I want them? Says Sonic. Ever smoke hashish? Says Marge. Yeah, says Sonic. You bought that shit outside a Subway restaurant, says Marge. It's the same brick, says Sonic. This brick is insane, says Marge. Whoa, says Sonic. I'll supply you with a lifetime of hash weed for your work. Do I have to sell? Says Sonic. It's all yours to toke on, says Marge. Damn, says Sonic. Homer is hiding the facts, says Marge. More than Bush? Says Sonic. He smoked with Bush, says Marge. What the fuck? I know, right? This is deep shit, says Sonic. There's a mystery surrounding Bart, my youngest son, says Marge. And Ken? Says Sonic. Shut your mouth, says Marge. You don't tell me what to fucking do, says Sonic. I'll tell you not to mention that name near me again, says Marge. Must have passed to the right, says Sonic. Apu knows too much, says Marge. You're asking a lot to me, says Sonic. Skype Bob first, then we deal with Apu, says Marge. Apu's blood will spill, says Sonic. Will you email him? Says Marge. Skype will suffice, says Sonic. Cam on or off, says Marge. I'm going to show him my face, says Sonic. Holy shit, says Marge. I'm not too thrilled with Bart's return, says Sonic. This town is dead, period, says Marge. Springfield deserves a second chance, says Sonic. Later, Sonic's home. Well, here goes nothing, says Sonic. Sonic clicks the Skype contact. Hello? Says Bob. Get on cam, says Sonic. Sonic? Says Bob. Now, says Sonic. What? Says Bob. Now, says Sonic. You're breaking up, says Bob. My data plan, says Sonic. T-Mobile is shit in this area, says Bob. Circus Bob, yells Sonic. Why are you fucking calling me? It's 1:20 a.m., says Bob. What the fuck is happening over there? Says Sonic. It's a godforsaken mess, says Bob. Get the fuck on cam, says Sonic. My connection, says Bob. Show me your bastard face, says Sonic. Hold on a second, says Bob. I'm going to take a hit now, says Sonic. Can you see my feed? Says Bob. All I see is your fucking lap. Move the camera up, says Sonic. I'm nervous, says Bob. Load up a fucking fat bong of hashish, says Sonic. My brick is almost gone, says Bob. You have Milhouse, says Sonic. Milhouse? Ha! Milhouse is a double traitor. Milhouse has good shit, says Sonic. He's the president of the United States of Iraq, says Bob. What? Says Sonic. Democracy has landed in this wasteland, says Bob. That's a good thing, says Sonic. He's bogarting the hashish, says Bob. Milhouse smokes his own way, says Sonic. Can you see me? Says Bob. Yeah, says Sonic. I can't see you, says Bob. Hold on. Sonic ends the call. Skype ringtone plays. Can you see me now? Says Sonic. I see you alright. Damn, I can't see you. Do you have Google Plus? Says Bob. Are you kidding me? You imbecile. Says Sonic. I see you now. You have a lot of bud. Jars for days of chronic shit, says Sonic. I need to know what happened to Bush, Bart, and the rest. Bob says, well, machines have organs. Shut your stoner mouth, says Sonic. Bart smoked. I know it. We all know it. Bill Maher has clips. Bill? He's desperate, says Bob. Bill Maher is a ratchet fucker, says Sonic. The ratchet phrase has not reached Iraqi soil, says Bob. Where the fuck is Bart, says Sonic. The chamber, says Bob. You talking about bongs? Says Sonic. Bart is undergoing severe weed training. He's being force-fed bong smoke until he doesn't feel it anymore, said Bob. That's torture, says Sonic. What do you want me to do? I just push, says Bob. What's Milhouse? Yeah, what do you want me to do? I just push. What's Milhouse's Skype? Says Sonic. I don't know it, says Bob. How? Says Sonic. I only know his number 1, says Bob. Teague has joined the conversation. Teague? This is Sonic, says Bob. I know him, says Teague. Holy Mother of God, says Sonic. This guy grew up with me. We watched Digimon together. I'll leave now, says Bob. What do you want, scum? Says Teague. Bart, says Sonic. Ty hasn't found me yet, says Teague. Where the fuck is Bart? Says Sonic. He only responds on Yahoo now, says Teague. Jesus Christ, says Sonic. Forget it, thanks. This is a bunch of bullshit. I'm going to sleep. I'm blocking Marge's number. Bye, says Bob. Days have passed. I'm alone. My husband hasn't left the closet. He's blowing tokes non-stop. Marge, get me some grapes, says Homer. Homer, I won't take your shit. Until Bart is back, I'm done. I'm leaving this house. I'll stay with twin sisters, says Marge. My kids, says Homer. Say goodbye to your pot-smoking teens, fucker, says Marge. I've lost them all. Where's Apu? Says Homer. Interior. Bong facility. Iraq. I can't handle this smoke, says Bart. You will keep smoking, says Doctor. I don't want to lose the body high, says Bart. Why are you doing this to me? Says Bart. Milhouse enters. It's for your own good, says Milhouse. I killed Saddam. Isn't that enough? Says Bart. It's never enough. You should just give up. Go home to your father, says Milhouse. My father is a cowardly dog, says Bart. He's chill, says Milhouse. You don't even know him. You only know that he shares his bud for no reason, says Bart. That's all I need to know, says Milhouse. It's deeper, says Bart. Your bloodlust will never be satisfied. You must pacify it with huge bong hits, says Milhouse. I'm not done yet, says Bart. What are you trying to prove, says Milhouse. That I'm the American soldier supreme. To whom? My country. Wrong, says Milhouse. God, says Bart. God is dead, says Milhouse. Myself, says Bart. You're not even a person, says Milhouse. Bart pauses. All I wanted to do was make my father proud. He thought I was a worthless stoner. I can be more. I can change the world. Homer passed me his fattest L when I was only 8 years old. I hit that shit so hard that it saved my life. I was suicidal. My old man, he made me who I am today. I wanted to pay him back. He already knows I'm a fiend. I wanted to show him I'm a hero, too, says Bart. You were suicidal at 8 years old? says Milhouse. I was sober as fuck, says Bart. No contact highs? None. Your family is suffering without you, says Milhouse. I'm too high for that pressure, says Bart. Your tolerance will never increase, says Milhouse. Bart, you've smoked as much as you can. You can't pass this wall. This is it. You're as high as you can be. I'm buzzed, says Bart. You're drooling on yourself, says Milhouse. I miss Doritos, says Bart. There's some at home, says Milhouse. Why do you want me to go back, says Bart. I owe your father a favor, says Milhouse. Father fucked me over hardcore, says Bart. He's chill, says Milhouse. I can't go back. I'm too far gone, says Bart. They want you to be gone. Faded as fuck on NYC sour diesel, says Milhouse. That's 2006 shit, says Bart. You think Afghan shit? You think Afghan shit is real? Says Milhouse. I've smoked it, says Bart. It's all spice, says Milhouse. I know spice, says Bart. How much fucking spice have you smoked, says Milhouse. Bart pauses. Your dad gave you the real bud, says Milhouse. I smoked it twice, says Bart. You took three hits and fell asleep, says Milhouse. Spice is just as good, says Bart. You're delusional. This war has ruined you, says Milhouse. I miss father. I miss mother's stacked hair, says Bart. Your mom's style is ahead of the game, says Milhouse. I love my own mother, says Bart. Send me back. I can do it, says Milhouse. Homer, cries Bart. He saved you, says Milhouse. My chill-ass dad, says Bart. My son is fucking ruining my life, yells Marge. What the fuck? This town is full of kush. Smoke more. Relax, says Abe. My son, says Marge. I got an email from Homer, says Abe. I don't want his bullshit, says Marge. It's an e-card, says Abe. What? Says Marge. It's from... And then there's a dead link in the script. He saves those only for special occasions, says Marge. Your husband is blazed, says Abe. This George Costanza card, says Marge. Bart? Says Abe. Bart is coming home, says Marge. Sweet mother of hell. Sweet mother of all hell. Sonic did it, says Abe. No, not Sonic. Sonic's malice knows no bounds, says Marge. Homer still has connections. I'm worried. Your husband might be pushing hash, says Abe. It's good hash, says Marge. Bender's quality has increased, says Abe. Is Homer supplying local thugs, says Marge. But Bart is safe, says Abe. Bart's on his way, says Marge. Bart is relaxing on an Israeli beach on a week leave from the army. God damn do I love Israel. Unlimited weed and crazy beaches, says Bart. Excuse me, Mr. Simpson? I need you to come with me, says Soldier. What the hell? I'm a US soldier. Our countries are friends, says Bart. The soldier places his hand on his sidearm. Don't make this difficult, Bart. Alright, you fucking pig. Let's go. What do you want? Says Bart. My boss wants to see you, says Soldier. Let's fucking go then, says Bart. Bart is escorted into a huge mansion in the heart of Tel Aviv. Giant bricks of hash litter the vestibule. Who lives here? Asks Bart. Hello, Bart, says Netanyahu. Bibi? Says Bart. I was impressed by your work in Iraq. Very impressed, says Netanyahu. Thanks. Do you want to smoke? Says Bart. Netanyahu, grinning. I thought you'd never ask. Well, I just fucking did. Now light that blunt and tell me why you brought me here, says Bart. Like I said, you dispatching of Saddam was quite the show, says Netanyahu. It's more complex than that, says Bart. But is it really? Says Netanyahu. Yes, I just said it was. Sometimes things are simpler than they appear, says Netanyahu. You weren't there, says Bart. Maybe this top-tier Israeli bubble hash will help you see things my way. You know I can't refuse a hit of that, says Bart. Bart exhales a huge hit. He pretends to be high, not letting on that he is immune to weed. Fuck, I'm blazed, BB. I want to talk to you about Yasser Arafat. Perhaps you've heard of him, says Netanyahu. Bart, holding in a hit. Yeah, I know him, says Bart. Well, Bart, he's been a thorn in my side. I was wondering if you might have a chat with him on my behalf, says Netanyahu. Says Bart. Shall I roll another? Says Netanyahu. Yes, BB, I want to get so faded. I love Israel more than anything. I'm glad to hear it, says Netanyahu. I'll talk to him, sure. But what do I get? Says Bart. You'd be doing your patriotic duty, Mr. Simpson, says Netanyahu. I work for the army, says Bart. Netanyahu sighs and rubs his temples. What did you have in mind? I want to talk about settlements, says Bart. This is so fucking relevant. Excuse me, Netanyahu? You heard me, says Bart. These issues do not concern you, says Netanyahu. It concerns everybody, BB. It must stop, says Bart. I thought you were a patriot, says Netanyahu. I'm a human being, says Bart. It's not that simple, says Netanyahu. That's not what you said before, says Bart. Suddenly you seem quite sober, Mr. Simpson. I'm blazed with the desire to help my fellow man, says Bart. I don't understand, says Netanyahu. You never have, BB, says Bart. How could you be sober after all that bubble hash? You should be faded like my Wranglers right now, says Netanyahu. Bart, smirking. That doesn't concern you, BB. Gah, bad boy, says Netanyahu. You know it, says Bart. So here's the deal, BB. I'm going to Ramallah in an hour to chat with Arafat. Then we're both going to The Hague. Gah, says Netanyahu. You might want to get a head start on suspending those settlements. This is going to look really bad for you, says Bart. Awful boy, says Netanyahu. You're making a huge mistake. I'm doing what I believe, says Bart. What you believe is shit, says Netanyahu. I believe in justice, says Bart. I wish I could. I kind of forgot about the Israel stuff when I started to read this. So, yeah. It's kind of interesting because I wanted to read this because of the making of Americans. And in a way, this is kind of about the making of Americans as well. And also, it's about Israel. You know? Yeah. Anyway. Excuse me. Oh, let me get some water, actually. We're on 123 of 249 pages. God, I shouldn't go crazy on that. I'm gonna need to pee. So yeah, perhaps this is the exact text that we all need in this moment to intervene and ask the questions on who we are in a time of global conflict. I mean, this text definitely seems like a product of a sort of self. I don't know if I should call it self-cynical. It's kind of a sort of product of disjunction in the production of a human being. But Yeah. The prerogative is questions, though. Asking questions and not also not trying to fulfill um I don't know, producing questions and not answers. Not not seeking for answers but seeking questions in the text. I think that's more productive. Not seeking you know, a pointing finger. What the fuck? Sorry, I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna keep going. I'm gonna stop talking. Oh, right. Also, before I continue, I'm just gonna say I love all people, all human beings. I love all. I love them all. Just all of them. Yeah. Wait, can you see that? Let me check my OBS. Alright, I'll stop goofing around. This Solera album is good. I've not heard it before. It's from 2010. It's called Hell Detoured. Maybe we could do with a musical change for the second half of the text. God, I need to pee as well. Fuck. I can hold that in. Maybe. Uh. I don't know what. Something ambient, but maybe a little bit noisier. Little bit more bumpy. A little bit more gristly. Less an eternal sort of pinpoint of like a. You know, to me, Solera is like being on. I don't know. Well, it's vertical music, right? Is it being on the pin, being in an eternal present with music? But maybe now that we're going from the middle of the story to the end, we deserve something with a bit more temporality. But what? And I also can't play. I don't want to get fucked over. I will say I am willing to piss myself here in this seat if my body demands of it, because I'm committed almost entirely to the art. Shit, I can't find anything. Oh. Okay, wait. I've got a lead. Oh, Hiram, you sent me the link to the interview. I put that in the description already. It's important. It's important. I think it's worth reading, but worth reading after you've experienced the whole text and not before. So I don't want it to be a spoiler. Sorry. Alright, this'll do. New music. Not this. This won't fit the description I gave a second ago. Ooh, maybe this. It's only half an hour. That's good. Okay. We return. Bart has just had his first meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel. in 2014 when this was written, and now. I can say the F word to my mom now, says Lisa. I hear your mom begs for shake on the street, says Wiggum. Lisa pauses. Young Wiggum, that's really a low blow, says Skinner. I heard it from you, says Wiggum. You read my Zanga? Says Skinner. All the kids are talking about the fallen Simpsons, how Bud ruined their lives. Their house is going to be repossessed, says Wiggum. Justice is a lie for naive schoolboys, says Netanyahu. I'm a man. I'm a soldier. And now I'm leaving. Mind if I take a brick for the road? Says Bart. Awful boy, says Netanyahu. You really should have a toque, Bibi. You look nervous. Goodbye. You're making a mistake, says Netanyahu. Peace, says Bart. I have to choose which house I go to after school, says Lisa. The father's place, says Todd. Or the twin aunts, says Rod. This J is poorly rolled, says Lisa. Homer, open the door, says Marge. I missed you, my wife, says Homer. You said Bart was leaving Iraq, says Marge. He did leave, says Homer. You bastard, says Marge. Tropical Man told me he's in Israel, says Homer. Israel? That shithole? Says Marge. Marge, says Homer. Those people are suffering, says Maggie. Sorry, says Marge. Bart might make this world a better place, says Maggie. Make the grass greener on all sides, says Homer. You're toked out, says Marge. Take a hit, says Homer. Don't mind if I do, says Marge. I get greens, ma'am, says Nelson. What? Says Marge. I got a new kid, says Homer. That's just that dirty kid Nelson, says Marge. His parents owed me money, says Homer. You're not still, says Marge. I stopped. Thought my last ounce of brick went to the Nelson trailer, says Homer. They should have never had him, says Marge. He's a disgrace to our town. He can clean himself at least, says Homer. Revolting, says Maggie. Sir, ma'am, I'd love to have a hit of marijuana, says Nelson. Go ahead, boy, and call me father, says Homer. That's really weird, says Nelson. I've accepted that Bart is gone forever, says Homer. I just want a new chill teen to smoke pot with, says Homer. Sonic? Says Nelson. Sonic abandoned me, says Homer. I smell pot, says Flanders. I didn't invite you to my house, says Homer. I'm just taking one hit, then I'll leave, says Flanders. I'm serious, says Homer. You lame fuck. Iraq changed you. You used to share all your weed, no matter what. Now you're hoarding it, says Flanders. You deserve none, says Homer. And this ugly little Nelson kid does? Look at him, he's crying. He's a selfish brat who drove his family into debt, says Flanders. No weed, says Homer. Nelson is my boy now. You sure know how to pick 'em, Homer, says Flanders. Here's a couple of stems, now get the fuck out. I'll chew on these weed stems to stay alive through the night, says Flanders. Sir, father? Says Nelson. Yes, boy, says Homer. What's under that tarp in the backyard, says Nelson. You're done, says Homer. What? Says Nelson. You're out of a home, you're out of a family, and now you're out of my fucking herb. Get out of this place, says Homer. I didn't know, says Nelson. You didn't know about the legendary Springfield Smoke Shack? You're a liar. The greats have towed here. Not Marley, says Nelson. No, not Marley. You're right. But you're still going to live in the gutter, says Homer. You're a fucking animal now, Homer, says Marge. I think this shit was laced. I feel sick, says Homer. It's your imagination. This weed is good, says Maggie. I'm sick. Call Apu, says Homer. We're not calling that guy again. He's afraid of us, says Maggie. Please call Apu. I'm seeing shit, says Homer. You're tripping? On pot? Says Maggie. Someone laced this shit with angel dust and ketamine, says Homer. That doesn't happen in real life, says Maggie. I'm in the depths of a K-hole. Where's my amethyst, says Homer. It's in the gazebo, Dad, says Maggie. It's my birthstone, says Homer. It's a rock, you tripped out psycho, says Maggie. Bring my amethyst pendant, says Homer. I'll go get it. Lie down, says Marge. Let me touch it, says Homer. Your fingers are touching, says Marge. Put it on my face, says Homer. It's there, says Marge. This amethyst is clearing toxins out from my body, says Homer. That's not scientific, says Maggie. Science is just another religion, Maggie. Stop being such a peace brat. I miss my sons, says Homer. Nelson is in the yard crying. Maggie. Nelson is going to steal my rare stone, says Homer. We got it in Ocean City for $10, says Maggie. I'm high, says Homer. Can we make a promise as a family? Says Marge. Says Maggie, sorry. I'll do anything to save my family. The twin sisters are oppressive, says Marge. Help me, says Homer. Let's forget about this. Bart is taking care of himself. He's making his own choices. Let's just continue being chill and smoking. We'll have family dinners, sit on the couch, and pass the shit around. It will feel good, says Maggie. I'll smoke to stay focused, says Homer. I'll smoke to dampen the flames of hatred which engulf my heart, says Marge. I'll smoke, right now, to get lifted, says Maggie. The following day. I can't stop moving my shoulders up and down, says Homer. You're shrugging, says Marge. It feels good. I'm blazed, says Homer. This perp gets stronger with age, says Maggie. This dry shit is getting me higher than most sticky, says Marge. Bus rocket deals now, says Maggie. You bought this from him, says Marge. He rocks on the way to school and deals on the way home, says Maggie. How much for an eighth, says Marge. 45, says Maggie. That's VIP price, says Marge. I've known him for years. He just bought a grow lamp, says Maggie. This pot is incredible. Kudos to him, says Marge. Where is Lisa? Says Homer. Lisa has been cowering for days at my sister's home, says Marge. They're twins, says Homer. They look alike, says Marge. I'm not going home. I'll get too high and emotional, says Lisa. Hang on a second. God, my fucking throat hurts. I need to pee. I wonder if I can take a pee break. I mean, I can do whatever I want, but... Yeah, I'm taking a pee break. Hang on. I'm gonna put a special image on the screen to signify that I'm doing a pee break. Okay? Here it is. This is... when this is removed, I'm back from peeing. Okay. Alright, hi, I'm back. There's such a cold breeze coming into my room through my window, but I wouldn't punish you guys with any more waiting by climbing over my bedroom furniture to close the window. Instead I have a blanket. I also made another coffee. I apologize. I wasn't just peeing, but you'll forgive me. Let's make that go. Thank you for welcoming me. Thank you for still being here. Okay. Oh, good lord. You can remember where we are. That shit is too hairy. Too many crystals, says Selma. Last I heard, my dad was in the K-hole, says Lisa. That's not good, says Selma. Keep hitting this brown and dry. I'm addicted to mids, says Lisa. Slight headache, body high, little bit of hunger. I giggle now and then. Mids is controllable. Sorry. Slight headache, body high, little bit of hunger. I giggle now and then. Mids is controllable, convenient, and cheap. Kush should be saved for special occasions. You can't toke only the best shit. You'll lose yourself in fields of green. Mids, though, says Lisa. We didn't approve of Marge marrying that Kush maniac. Mids clear the mind. Kush breeds psychosis, says Selma. No bongs either, says Lisa. Bongs are for weirdos. Who wants to smoke out of some science lab prop? We roll tight bones, says Selma. I can barely hit this J, says Lisa. That one's a spliff. It's a mix of tobacco and weed, says Selma. I feel the nicotine as a stimulant flowing through me. The nicotine helps me stay awake while this dry eighth of hairless weed keeps me grounded. I'm at home here. I'm not going back, says Lisa. We can visit them on holidays, says Selma. We can smoke kush twice a year, says Lisa. It's better that way, says Selma. My sister smokes swag with the twin hags. Her soul is corrupted by the unholy poison of nicotine. Our family's decline continues, says Maggie. You lack something, says Homer. Sir? Says Nelson. You're not my son, says Homer. I know, says Nelson. But even my son is not my son. He is a warrior. I have to come to terms with it. But I still need fluffy kush to help me forget it sometimes. I made a mistake by turning off the Solaire. I'm very sorry. It was not the move. Here we go. See? Ugh. Could I not be saved after all that? Ugh. Sorry, I have like a neck thing. I'm getting lousy and degenerate with my conduct here. I apologize, I'll keep reading. I need to smoke, says Nelson. It's not your fault you don't live up to Bart's legacy, says Homer. I want to blaze, please, says Nelson. He was a special boy, says Homer. Please roll one, says Nelson. He had such passion. He loved the world, says Homer. I'm not high, but I want to be, says Nelson. I still love him, says Homer. Let's chief, says Nelson. But things are different. But then, all parents must watch their children outgrow them. Roll one, says Nelson. Homer, you neglect this boy, says Flanders. It's not your business. I'm reflecting on my son's absence, says Homer. Do you have bud, mister? Says Nelson. Nelson needs love and attention just like Bart did, says Flanders. He's just a weed rat, says Homer. Let's chief, says Nelson. He doesn't need love, says Homer. He feels loved when he smokes with his surrogate father, says Flanders. No, he feels high when he smokes my weed for free, says Homer. Please, says Nelson. You're wrong. This boy is pathetic. He is enslaved by his own desires, says Homer. As if you were any different at your age, says Flanders. Let's smoke, says Nelson. Quiet, boy! Flanders, it is the duty of the father to prevent his children from making the same mistakes he did, says Homer. We learn from our mistakes, says Flanders. Roll that shit, says Nelson. You're telling me this boy is learning from this behavior, says Homer. He's learning how to get what he wants, says Ned. Spoken like a true capitalist, says Homer. I'm a realist, says Ned. And I'm too high for this shit, says Homer. Come on, boy, let's toke, says Homer. I thought you were trying to teach him moderation, says Flanders. Now I'm just trying to get my smoke on, says Homer. Come on, Nelson. Homer hands him a massive bong. Enter the 36 chambers with me. Nelson takes a huge hit. It tastes like blueberries. It's blueberry kush from East Texas, says Homer. How do they make it taste like that, says Nelson. I smoke it, I don't study it. Pass that shit. Now that we're sufficiently stoned, I need to talk to you about something serious, says Homer. Let's keep smoking, says Nelson. You're neglecting your studies, says Homer. Pass it, says Nelson. I love smoking weed with my new son, but you have responsibilities, says Homer. Give, says Nelson. Homer, holding bong out of Nelson's reach. Stop trying to grab the bong. I'm trying to teach you how to live a good life. You're pathetic, a pathetic boy. Leave the house now. I owe nothing to you. Please, my family can't afford berry kush. They can afford it, they just choose not to, says Homer. It's not that simple, says Nelson. I want you out of here. Is that simple enough? You're a parasite. I'm your son. I have 2 sons and you're not one of them. I want to smoke here forever. I don't care. This isn't a weed charity. I can't go back, says Nelson. I don't care whether you go, but you're done here. I don't care where you go, but you're done here. You're out. You make me sick. Homer, that's enough, says Flanders. Please, Mr. Homer, says Nelson. Come on, Nelson. I have a canister of K2 at home, says Flanders. You two enjoy that. Remember what you could have had, Nelson. Homer holds up a hairy nug of blueberry kush. This could have been your life. I'm scared, says Nelson. You're not a good man, Homer, says Flanders. I've been through a lot. Fuck you, says Homer. Homer exhales a massive bong hit. Why does everything around me turn to shit? Homer looks at the bong thoughtfully. Is it you, my old friend? Are you the one causing this suffering? I cannot believe it. I refuse. I cannot blame you. I am the cause of my own suffering. Bart was right. I use weed to make others love me. Can I really blame them when I inevitably realize that they only loved my weed? I cultivated these empty and poisonous relationships. Weed isn't the problem. It's what I use it for. It's not a good foundation for relationships. I'm realizing this now. High-quality bud can make an already strong relationship grow, but it cannot build it from scratch. It is a fertilizer, not a seed. Flanders answers the phone. Hello? Let me talk to Nelson, says Homer. Don't call this number anymore, Flanders. Don't call this number anymore, Homer, says Flanders. It's important, says Homer. Fuck off, says Flanders, and hangs up. It appears I have come to understand my greatest flaw long after there was any hope left of fixing it, says Homer. The father is broken, defeated, says Carl. His family lies in shambles around him, says Lenny. Does he shoulder all of the blame, says Mo. I couldn't have my own children. I can't pay for my own weed. But I can do what I do best. taking from others. I'm going to raise you right, kid. Here, borrow my Xbox. I'll be right back, says Flanders. Unless this Xbox can blaze, I don't care, says Nelson. Also, you're right, tough guys only. Holy smokes, indeed. Exterior, the twin sisters' ranch house. Ugh. Lisa, you can't stay here. They're using you for your rolling skills, says Flanders. I roll perfect blunts. They're family. I'm your family now, says Flanders. You don't even have your own weed, says Lisa. I have grinders, though, says Flanders. I'll care for you more than your deadbeat dad. Do you have a hot tub? Sorry, do you have a bathtub and a 3-liter bottle? Asks Lisa. Yes, says Flanders. You would be a bad father, says Lisa. I have a bong from the gas station. It hits hard, says Flanders. You disgust me, says Lisa. What if I told you I knew where Ken is, says Flanders. What if I told you to buzz off and let me smoke this shake, says Lisa. My family anguishes while I perform my patriotic duty in the Middle East. Are they my greatest responsibility, or my country? My tolerance is starting to drop again. I'm not sure if I can resist the sinister strains of the Near East. I may lapse again into a haze of marijuana-induced malaise. I fear that I may not be able to perform my duties. I must be disciplined, says Bart. I'm a good man, says Flanders. You're worthless, says Lisa. My worth is not tied to how much weed I have, says Flanders. That's where you're wrong, says Lisa. It is, and you have no weed, and you have no value as a human being. Terrible girl, where did you learn your horrible ways, says Flanders. I learnt by example. My family used to smoke an ounce a day, says Lisa. All I can provide is love and an inexpensive bong, says Flanders. Leave my family's 3-foot tempered glass piece for your plastic toy? I laugh. Your family is ruined, says Flanders. Only temporarily, says Lisa. You have faith in that foolish father of yours? Get out of my face, you depressing fuck. Language. Spicy, says Flanders. The Simpson family will be proud once again, says Lisa. You're blind to your inevitable doom, says Flanders. Lisa spits at his feet. Fuck off. Marge, says Homer. Why are you in the tub? Says Marge. This entire tub is actually a gravity bomb, says Homer. It's 3 a.m., says Marge. I am stoned, says Homer. I fashioned a bowl to this soda bottle. And, says Marge, I light Bud and lift it out of the water, says Homer. A vacuum effect, says Marge. Correct. This bottle fills with jaundiced smoke and I inhale it from our dirty bath water. That smoke is too yellow. Apu took a bath in here today, says Homer. That's potent, says Marge. Apu's filth carries weed to my lungs, says Homer. So I got distracted by Harren's comment there about the puck roll. It's a really great text. I don't want people to assume it's just for the political thing. The political thing is just surface on a greater gestalt of just sort of human experience. Any great story, any great sort of has a very novel-esque quality. Reminds me of like DeLillo or fucking Dostoevsky. It's dense work. Yeah. Yeah. You gotta burrow into it. Alright. Jesus Christ. Apu's filth carries weed to my lungs, says Homer. I thought that my good character could bring me happiness and love, but the world is forgiving, says Flanders. Sorry. See, you see the effects of how, like, I've never read this long in a row. This is it. Part of the joy of this stream is what is the severe saint-like human attrition of 3 hours. I thought that my good character could bring me happiness and love, but the world is unforgiving. Unconditional love does not exist. Love is only allowed once brutal greed has been sated. My lack of kind buds condemns me forever. I understand that the world is like this. But why did everyone always tell me it wasn't? I wasn't prepared for this loneliness. I resent Homer, and I try to foil his attempts to adopt a new boy. But why? Why? Is it just sour grapes? At least Nelson wanted to be around him. I can't say the same for myself. Homer just learned the rules before me, that's all. I can't blame him. He's simply surviving, just like everyone else. His family may be in ruins, but at least he has a family. Meanwhile, I sit alone on my shitty porch, smoking my shitty illegal synthetic weed out of a shitty plastic gas station bomb. Says Flanders. Homer picks up the phone. Hello? It's Flanders. I want to apologize. Fuck you, says Homer. Please hear me out, says Flanders. What the hell do you want, says Homer. I understand the way of the world now. I want to be like you, says Flanders. What the fuck, says Homer. Have you been smoking that gas station spice again? Yes, but that's not relevant. I think it is. Maybe a bit. You buy affection with weed. I want to learn how to do that. It's not a good thing. You don't want this. I do. You're a good man, Flanders. Don't do this. I'm a piece of shit. I'm so lonely. I'm so goddamn lonely, Homer. Calm down. Come over. I'll smoke you out. We'll fix this. Thank you, Homer. Thank you so much. You're such a good friend. Thanks for letting me come over, says Flanders. Sure thing. Have a seat. You ever smoked blueberry kush? No. I smelled it before. Know what your problem is? Homer takes a huge hit. What? Says Flanders. Homer, holding in the hit. You're too cynical. What do you mean? Says Flanders. Homer exhales the hit in his face. Flanders coughs heavily. How do you have so much weed? I just buy it with the money I make at my job from a weed dealer. It's that simple, says Flanders. What did you think was happening? Says Homer. I don't know, says Flanders. Okay, hit this, says Homer. And I didn't start buying weed to bribe my family into loving me. It turned into that. But at first, I just wanted to share with them. How did it start? Says Flanders. I guess I just realized it was easier for me to bring home a fat sack than to go to Bart's soccer games. And they both got the same response. That's how it was for years in this family. Only now am I realizing what's wrong with that. Don't get me wrong, I'll blaze until the day I die. Flanders, exhaling a blunt hit. Of course. Back to Homer. But I feel like the foundation of love and support in this family was eroded by time and replaced by weed. That foundation wasn't able to support Bart's deployment, Ken's incarceration, all this shit that's happened, so it crumbled. What I'm saying is, you can't build a strong family with marijuana alone, says Homer. Flanders, holding in a blunt hit. I think I understand. Where's your bathroom? Homer, exhaling blunt hit. You've never pissed in my house? I guess not, says Flanders. Weird, says Homer. Back of the hall on the left. Okay, I'll be right back, says Flanders. Hit this shit first, says Homer. Okay, says Flanders, taking a huge hit. Flanders isn't so bad after all. He's very confused. Not that I have everything figured out. I'm glad I could help him, says Homer. There was a bunch of dirty water in half a 2-liter bottle in your bathtub, so I cleaned it up, says Flanders. Are you kidding me? Says Homer. What? What's wrong? Did I overstep a boundary? Says Flanders. You fucked up my family's gravity bong, you schmuck. Homer, do you know what happened to the gravity bong? Says Marge. Flanders drained it. What the fuck? I know. Please get out of my house, Ned. But what about our conversation? I meant it, but I can't look at you right now. I'm so glad he's gone, says Marge. He's such a fuck-up, but I feel bad for him, says Homer. I hate when he's around, says Marge. He has problems too, says Homer. Sir, we found this man breaking into one of our grow houses, says Smithers. Get your goddamn hands off me, says Bender. Shall I call the authorities? Says Smithers. Perhaps that isn't necessary. Let me have a word with him, says Burns. Okay, says Smithers. Oh. Why did you come to this place, boy? So Smithers says, okay. Why did you come to this place, boy? To get a free buzz off my glowing green bud? I'm out of options. Sonic took everything. Sonic? I just wanted to sell my brick. Sonic works for me. I want to sell my brick and leave. You sell for me now, says Burns. Please, says Bender. If you cherish your freedom, you will comply, says Burns. My clients can't afford Kush, says Bender. Clients, don't make me laugh, says Burns. You are really not chill. Do you even burn? Says Bender. I'm sober as shit, says Burns. Apu, hanging up phone. Homer just left me 15 voicemails asking me to roll around outside and then come take a bath at his house. Bart, visibly high. Why do I wander this savage desert? To whom do I owe these violent acts? I used to be a peaceful American boy. I thought I was resigned to my role as an enforcer for our corrupt American oligarchy. As my weed tolerance shrinks, my doubts grow. The only thing keeping me here is the inertia of my crimes. The weight of the blood on my hands anchors me in this sea of sand. Perhaps I belong at home with my family. At least I would be among people who love me. But I have denied so many others that right. After taking the lives of so many fathers and brothers, do I deserve to return to my own? How can I face my mother when I have deprived so many mothers of their sons throughout this land? Do I still deserve that love? The marijuana helps me feel my guilt more intensely, but also causes me to doubt and process the guilt. I have found that Hindu Kush provides the most introspective and meditative high. It both activates and soothes the mind, says Bart. This is a global operation. You chumps will make it big here, says Burns. Shove it, says Bender. I'm in too deep. I gotta buy a nickel, says Mime. A fucking nickel bag? Says Burns. Yeah, says Krusty. What is that, like a sixth of a gram? Says Burns. It's 2 hit max. It's 2 hits max, and I'm talking swag, says Bender. I didn't come here to be judged, says Krusty. You're insane, says Burns. I only smoke 5 bags, says Krusty. Burns, aside, this is shady. Let's go over the plan, says Smithers. We have a word the Lebanese have engineered a strain that is white as paper, says Burns. Bullshit, says Bender. These nuggets are composed entirely of crystals, says Smithers. If you smoke this pot, you will become emblazoned, says Mr. Burns. Blazed, sir, says Smithers. She's too good for our brown weed, Twin One. She longs for the comfort of home and the fiery dank her parents gave her, says Twin Two. The spoiled bourgeois girl needs fluffy perp, says Twin One. She doesn't appreciate the comfortable, simple high of a dry brown nug, says Twin. She belongs with Marge and Homer, says Twin One. She needs to blaze, and with us she will only ever simmer, says Twin Two. Does the boy drift homeward, says Carl, or deeper into violence, his own mind, says Lenny. The broken family begins to stir, says Mo. I'm going home, says Bart. You're doing nothing of the sort, says Cheney. Mr. Cheney, please, you're You're not leaving the Middle East. You signed a contract with the army. 10 years, remember? Can't I just be dishonorably discharged? Says Bart. Blood in, blood out, Cheney. What does that mean? Says Bart. It's simple. You kill for us, or you die, says Cheney. That wasn't in the contract, says Bart. It was implied. You're too valuable here in Iraq, and too risky to have back in the States. I'm done killing, says Bart. I want to go home to my family. Unless your family lives at the bottom of a ditch in the Arabian desert, I suggest we end this conversation immediately, says Cheney. I want to talk to Bush. He's more chill, says Bart. Bush is in America, says Cheney. I need to see that relaxed toker, says Bart. Don't you remember how you felt when the towers fell, says Cheney. It was terrible, says Bart. Yes. Remember that feeling. Embrace it, says Cheney. But you have me killing activists, poets. Why? What do they have to do with it? Says Bart. Cheney, enraged. They have everything to do with it! I could have done that better. I'll try and do it again. They have everything to do... It doesn't matter. They have everything to do with it. You're a monster. A demented old monster. I run this country. I run this fucking planet. You're fucking delusional. You're just a murderer and a bully. You can't keep me here. I can do whatever the fuck I want. No, Bart, drawing his sidearm. Fool. What are you doing? Do you know what will happen if... Bart points pistol at his foot, pulls the trigger. What happened? Says the guards. Gah, I accidentally discharged my sidearm. Help. Call a medic, says Bart. You fucking slime. You dog, says Cheney. The surgery went well, Bart, but I have bad news, says Doctor. Shit, what is it, Doc? Says Bart. You won't be able to serve anymore, says Doctor. Christ, I have to go home, says Bart. I'm afraid so, says the Doctor. I'm going to miss being on the battlefield, says Bart. I know, soldier, says the Doctor. The Doctor exits. Cheney stands in the doorway, scowling. Bart grins. I guess this is blood out. You think this will work? Says Cheney. It already did work, you impotent old fuck. Your shitty heart won't last until Thanksgiving, says Bart. Fuck you, says Cheney. Get out of here. I'm going home to my loving family. I'm going to smoke Bubba Kush every morning. Enjoy the prison you've built for yourself, says Bart. I love my life, you miserable twerp, says Cheney. You love nothing. Your soul is dead, just like your worthless heart, says Bart. Fuck off, says Cheney. The boy is truly bound for home, says Carl. The wayward daughter also returns, says Lenny. The broken family, nearly reunited, says Mel. I've been listening to some stuff, says Maggie. Marge, picking out stems. Listening? Infowars, says Maggie. Honey, your eyes are so red. My breathing is labored. Have a green hit, says Marge. I miss being a whole family, says Maggie, exhaling. Bush will get us all killed, says Marge. I can't breathe, says Maggie. Why is Clown outside sobbing, says Lisa. Getting into the game is rough in a guy, says Marge. He turned down stems, says Lisa. He's going to Lebanon, says Marge. Are we still talking about hash? I'm going back to my twin aunts, says Lisa. We lay off the brown brick, says Marge. Making hash is elaborate, says Maggie. It's a long process, says Marge. It hits like cinder block, says Lisa. Kush goes down like water, says Maggie. These Pringles are fucking stale, says Marge. Shit, says Homer. Homer? Says Marge. I haven't fed the dog since 9/11, says Homer. Our innocence as a nation was lost that day, says Marge. Should we ask Father to reopen the gazebo? He is my father, you're the wife, says Lisa. Whoa, this must be pre-98, Bubba Kush, says Marge. I've been feeding the dog those chip crumbs you guys keep in the pantry, says Maggie. What chip crumbs, says Marge. You brat, That was Keith. You fed 30 years of Keith to a filthy, unloved animal. I only have one daughter now, says Marge. I fucked up, says Maggie. The federal government is on my case now. Burns is doing something shady. I might have to crack down on the city's weed use, says Wiggum. You smoke more than Homer, says the cop. I can't touch Homer's skill, and it doesn't matter. We're cleaning this town up, says Wiggum. We could just arrest Bus Rocker, call it a day, says Cop. And let Bender and Sonic rip our kids off with mids? This town is going dry. That's all there is to it. We've been playing around for too long. Our library hasn't been used in 3 years. We lead lives of hedonism that would make the Greeks blush. Endless tokes. Do you know what my kid said to me yesterday? No, sir. I live to fill my bubbler with Baja Blast. Our chillness brought us together, but this town will end up dying. We are being strangled by orange hairs. It chokes life from us. Rainbows crossing through billows of haze, dreams displayed and fulfilled for all to enjoy, but at the cost of our future. We are complacent in our rapid succession bong hits. The cooled smoke turns us into relaxed creatures of The cooled smoke turns us into relaxed creatures of sinful habit. Tomorrow we are raiding Moe's bed and breakfast store, says Wiggum. Bart on a military transport plane. My shattered foot leads me homeward like a hobbled steed. What awaits me in that familiar place? I head towards a familiar place, but an unfamiliar situation. My shattered family slowly gravitates back towards that hazy gazebo. The gazebo of my father, who is the greatest weed smoker I have ever known. Yet I hesitate to name him the best man I have ever known. But what is a great man? A man who has done the most to change the world? By that criteria, Cheney is a great man. My father has not changed the world, but he has done no harm. He has smoked out hundreds of his weedless peers, says Bart. Homer, exhaling a huge blunt hit. It's so good to have you back, Bart. I miss this place, says Bart. You need to hit this shit, says Homer. Bart, we missed you. We were smoking spice for a while, says Marge. The boy doesn't need to hear about that, says Homer. Spice? What the hell? Says Bart. This family only smokes the finest herb. Why were you smoking legal gas station weed? All that matters is our son and this kush, says Marge. What was it like over there, Bart? Bart is silent. Marge, the boy doesn't want to talk about it. Let him enjoy the blunt. We missed you so much, Bart. Things got bad, says Lisa. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad, says Homer. Lisa, to Bart, we were smoking legal gas station weed. I know, says Bart. You left us, says Lisa. He was defending his country, says Marge. There wouldn't even be weed if it wasn't for men like Bart, says Homer. I'm not a hero, says Bart. Don't be modest. You killed bad men who wanted to hurt our country, says Marge. It's more complex than that. The only heroic thing I did was getting Netanyahu arrested, says Bart. He's a friend of our country, says Marge. Israel is our ally, Bart, says Homer. It's more complex than that, says Bart. We can't change the world, says Homer, and then he hits Blunt. So let's change the subject. Good idea, says Lisa. I just realized something. What is it, honey, says Marge. Lisa, smiling proudly, we've already smoked an ounce today. This family is getting back on its feet, says Marge. I finally feel safe again, says Lisa. I'm so happy my son is home from the Middle East, says Homer. Mo sits across a glass divider from Ken. You fucked up, kid, says Mo. I know, Mo, I know. I don't know if I can get you out. It was self-defense, I swear, Mo. I know that. Try telling it to a jury. You got a reputation. I was just trying to do right by my family. Try telling that to a jury. They offered me a plea deal. 7 years if I copped to assault with a deadly weapon. Eligible for parole after 3. What's your family gonna do for those 3 years? You know Bart's home, right? You think they'll remember your sorry ass when you get out? Stop, please, no, says Ken. You should be glad I even came down here. More than I can say for your father, says Mo. He's busy, says Ken. Busy blazing kush with Bart. Why are you trying to turn me against my family? You deserve better. I love them. They forgot about you. They have a lot going on. You don't? Fuck you, says Ken. Ken, get out of here. Don't come back. Fucking rancid. I'm your family now, says Mo. You're a shitty old weed dealer, says Ken. I have other stuff going on too, says Mo. No you don't, says Ken. Whatever, says Mo. I'm leaving. Good. Enjoy prison. Fuck you. See ya. Fuck off. Hello, Bart. You're a hero for our nation. I'm glad to see you home, says Flanders. Flanders, leave now. Flanders, leave now. It's family time, says Homer. Sorry, says Flanders. He's just here to blaze for free, says Lisa. I wasn't planning on it. I wasn't planning on it, but I can contribute a mango blunt wrap, says Flanders. Jesus Christ, says Homer. We're trying to reconnect with our damaged son, says Marge. Maggie brought up Bud, not me, says Flanders. That's Lisa, says Homer. He's faded on spice, says Lisa. Can I just sit here in the smoky gazebo? I don't need to take a hit, says Flanders. This is really sad, says Bart. He's like this now, says Homer. He drained a 4-day gravity bong, says Homer. You serious? Says Bart. I'm sorry, says Flanders. He's out of control, says Homer. Sorry, says Flanders. I just want to be loved. I didn't fight in Iraq for this, says Bart. I want weed in a family of my own, says Flanders. Calm down, says Homer. I think the spice was laced, says Flanders. Chevron didn't lace your K2, says Marge. Is he serious? Says Bart. Yep, says Homer. Why you like this, Flanders? Says Bart. Please, I respect you. Don't do this to me? Why did you drain my father's grav bomb? Says Bart. We can't handle you right now, Flanders, says Lisa. He can't even handle himself, says Homer. I just want a hot box, says Flanders. Be gone, says Bart. This is so intrusive, Ned, says Marge. He doesn't have a family, so he doesn't know what it's like, says Lisa. Okay, that's kind of harsh, says Homer. Flanders is a nuisance, but he has a pure heart. I agree with the first part of that sentence, says Lisa. He's got to go, says Bart. Flanders, desperately inhaling the second-hand weed smoke. Bart, this is grim. There's no THC in that smoke. He's wasting his time, says Marge. He's making a fool of himself, says Homer. He always does, says Lisa. He has a problem. There's something wrong with his mind, said Bart. I'm sorry about the bathtub, said Flanders. It was a gravity bong, says Homer. I'm sorry about the gravity bomb. It's not about that, says Homer. You're upsetting my family and ruining my son's return home from the military. I wanted to pay my respects, says Flanders. You've paid your respects, so much so that we've lost almost all respect for you. Take what's left and go home. Go to bed, says Homer. Good dialogue. I'm going home now. I'm sorry, says Flanders. You're sorry, all right, says Lisa. That's enough, Lisa, says Homer. He makes me sick, says Bart. I'm going, says Flanders. I didn't fight in Iraq for this, says Bart. We know, Bart. We know, says Marge. Ridiculous, says Bart. He's a ridiculous man, says Homer. I wish he was dead, says Lisa. Lisa, too much, says Marge. Don't talk like that, Lisa. Death is serious, says Bart. She's a rude girl sometimes, says Homer. I just realized my bread is almost done. I'll be right back, says Homer. He bakes now? Says Bart. He's really good at it, says Marge. So much has changed, says Bart. We've been through a lot, Bart, says Marge. I've changed, says Bart. We still love you, says Lisa. You don't know what I've done, says Bart. I don't need to know. You're my son, says Marge. Bart hits the blunt. Cool. Hot pans coming through. Clear a space. Move that candle. Homer sets 2 loaf pans on the wrought iron cafe table. This one is zucchini pumpkin. That one is banana. Homer. Zucchini pumpkin? Gourmet chef Homer, says Bart. Homer, blushing. It's just a hobby. It's not just a hobby. He's really good, says Marge. Dad, this is incredible. I'm going to gain back all the weight I lost in the army. I would order this at a restaurant. I'm serious. Thanks. I've been working on my recipes a lot lately, says Homer. Dad, I gotta ask. Is there herb in this bread? Says Bart. He doesn't do that, says Marge. My cooking and my blazing are completely separate, says Homer. It's healthy to have a hobby, an outlet for your frustrations and pain. Mom, says Bart. I'm just saying, Bart. The things I've seen, the pain I feel. Baking bread isn't going to help that. You could write about it, says Marge. How do you write about things so horrifying you can't even describe them, says Bart. I'm just trying to help, says Marge. Leave the boy alone, says Homer. I'm his mother, says Marge. He was a soldier. He'll always carry that with him. He's right, says Bart. I appreciate you trying to help, but I'm not ready yet. Maybe one day. In the meantime, I just want to blaze and eat this banana bread. The heart wants what it wants, says Lisa. And this bomb wants to get packed to the brim with fluffy purple kush. Let's do this, says Bart. Is this the blueberry kush? Says Lisa. It's called Grape Ape, says Homer. It's fire, says Marge. I'm glad we're a family again, says Lisa. We were too hard on Flanders, says Bart. He has to learn, says Homer. He drained the gravity bomb, says Marge. He didn't know, says Bart. It was a seasoned grav bomb. The water was dark yellow, says Marge. He meant no harm. We should invite him back over for a toke, says Bart. I'm so grateful to be hitting this piece with your family, says Flanders. Act like you've been there before, says Homer. Calm down, Flanders, says Bart. He's coughing up a lung, says Lisa. Sorry, says Flanders. Do you need some water? Says Marge. I don't usually smoke buds of this quality, says Flanders. It hits hard, says Homer. I'm already blazed, says Flander. You done hitting this? Says Homer. No, give me another hit, says Flander. He's a masochist, says Lisa. Can I have some of this bread? Says Flander. That's for my family, says Homer. Come on, Flanders, don't... Come on, come on. Come on, Flanders, don't eat the bread, says Bart. It's so good, says Flanders. Flanders grunts and exhales a huge hit through a mouthful of banana bread. Bart says, this was a mistake. He's disgusting, says Lisa. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be more compassionate, says Bart. It's not your fault. It's his fault. He's an awful man, says Homer. I love getting high with my family more than anything, but a darkness still lurks inside me. I feel like I don't belong here, says Bart. What's that, Bart? Says Homer. Nothing, says Bart. Flanders is making a mess of the gazebo. There are crumbs everywhere, says Lisa. I think this relaxing time spent chiefing kind buds with my family may only be a temporary calm before my inevitable collapse. Guys, I'm kind of tired. Think I'm going to go to bed, says Bart. Good idea. I think we've all had enough fun for one day, says Homer. I'm beat, says Lisa. Everybody grab a dish or a bong. Let's go inside, says Marge. From the shadows across the street, Mo watches the family enter the house. They don't know what they have done. Sorry, they don't know what they have. They don't know what they've lost. Takes last hit of blunt, tosses it onto the street. How I've longed for a son like Ken, yet these fools let him rot in prison. Alone, all alone. He pushes me away, but he will understand, says Mo. The feds are breathing down my neck, says Wiggum. What do you want me to do, says Burns. You have connections, says Wiggum. Not in the FBI, says Burns. Fuck, says Wiggum. Calm down. You need to hit this. It's called drips, says Burns. Dabs, sir. Not even close, says Smithers. My son is going to grow up without a father. I'm his fucking hero, do you understand? And I'm headed to prison, says Wiggum. Not my problem, says Burns. After all the times I bailed your guys out of drug trafficking charges, says Wiggum. And I'm grateful for that, but I can't help you, says Burns. My son, my family, says Wiggum. Maybe you should have thought about that before you dishonored your badge so profoundly, says Burns. You asked me to, says Wiggum. Yes, you, and you did what I asked, and now you will face the consequences. Good day, Officer Wiggum, said Mr. Burns. Please, said Wiggum. I can give you my lawyer's business card. That will be the extent of my assistance in this matter. The pig's actions are catching up with him, says Lenny. Our humble town will become smokeless, says Carl. Could this be my final joint, says Mo. Homer hits the blunt, passes it to Marge. Marge hits the blunt. Homer exhales the blunt hit. Marge exhales the blunt hit. I love Bart, says Homer. I'm ashamed of my actions. I've killed so many people. Each memory is a nightmare that follows me like a shadow, says Bart, exhaling a blunt hit. Homer hits the blunt. My family is nearly reunited, but our recent traumatic experiences still distance us from one another. Exhales blunt hit. I don't deserve to be alive, says Bart. I wish I could believe in hell so I could know I'd end up there. I wish I could believe in anything but death. I belong in hell, says Bart. My mind is a mass grave. Every moment is a nightmare. Bart exhales a massive hit of blueberry kush. My brother despairs. His crimes weigh heavy on his mind. He will not accept our forgiveness. There is a darkness in him, says Lisa. Outwardly, my son appears content to blaze and relax with his family. But there is a shadow in his eyes. He is not really home, says Homer. It's a good line. Where's the grinder, says Marge. In the bathroom, says Lisa. Why, says Marge. Never mind, it's in the freezer for some reason, says Lisa. It activates the THC, says Homer. That makes sense, says Marge. Is that true, says Lisa. Bart exhales blunt hit. I've heard that before. I think it's true. It's true. It crystallizes it, makes it stronger, says Homer. That makes sense, says Marge. Why would I make that up, says Homer. Lisa hits the blunt. Did you freeze this, bud? It's potent. You only freeze the grinder. If you freeze the nugs, it kills the molecules, says Homer. Lisa exhales blunt hit. That makes sense. Yeah, says Homer. Bart hits the blunt. I'm craving eggs for some reason. We're out of eggs, says Marge. All I know is I'm blazed out of my mind, says Bart. Let's try to smoke another ounce today, says Lisa. I could do that on my own, says Homer. I don't want to go to work today. I'm too high. I'd rather spend time with my beautiful family. I want to smoke an ounce of kush. Interior, gazebo. Bart, says Homer. Don't worry. Apu is on his way, says Bart. Apu can finally feel safe, says Homer. Can Apu hit the grav bong, says Bart. Apu's going to think he's smoking his own sweaty bathwater, says Homer. How yellow was it, says Bart. It looked toxic, says Homer. Apu's bathwater looked toxic, but it went down like Arizona chilled tea. Did it hasten the process by which THC affects you, says Bart. I don't want to talk about it. That water is gone. That's fine, Father. I'm here for a dub. I'll smoke it at home, says Apu. Sit with us, says Bart. Sit down with my family. I'll smoke you up for free, says Homer. I have my own money and my own family, says Apu. Just sit down, says Homer. Sit down in between us, says Bart. That space is only big enough for a small child, says Apu. Smoke with us, says Bart. Come on, says Homer. Fine, says Apu. Oh, hang on, the Solaire ended. Who's the next one? The everything and the nothing. Hit this crystal bong, my only spoil of war, says Bart. This bong is fucked up on so many levels, says Apu. It hits like a dream, says Homer. It will make you really high, says Bart. I haven't smoked in 3 hours, says Apu. I'll help you clear your hit, says Bart. Thanks, says Apu. Apu? Says Homer. What? Why are you avoiding eye contact with me? Says Homer. You're licking your lips a lot, Apu. They're dry, says Homer. It's creepy, says Apu. I can't stop, says Homer. They're really chipped and scabby. They're really chapped and scabby, says Apu. So, says Homer. I want to use a different piece, says Apu. We're using this one, says Bart. I don't want to, says Homer. Sorry, says Apu. Smoke this scabby bong, says Bart. No, says Apu. It makes you higher, says Bart. That makes no fucking sense, says Apu. Sorry that my fucking flesh isn't good enough for you, says Homer. Nobody would want to do this, says Apu. I want to hit pronto, says Maggie. Hey, says Homer. This bong makes me higher. It's from my dad's THC-encrusted lips, says Maggie. I can't stop hitting this smelly weed, says Bart. Is it the weed that smells, or the top of the bong? Asks Maggie. This bong is... This bong is turning brown from Homer's dirty mouth, says Bart. Am I ruining an ancient piece? Says Homer. You're making it better, says Bart. I've yet to get high, says Homer. Sorry, one moment. Sorry, I just had to... Someone with... girlfriend was asking how much longer was left. I've yet to get high, says Apu. Hit this, says Bart. I don't want to. I'm leaving. I'll go through your living room to say bye to Lisa, says Apu. Bart, to Homer. Lock the fucking doors. Apu, you're not leaving my pink house until you hit this, says Homer. It's really nasty and so fucking weird, says Apu. Try to leave. I dare you, says Bart. We're keeping you here until you're high enough to be happy for 1 fucking second, says Maggie. I'm happy around my real family, says Apu. This is your real family. Does your wife toke with you? Says Homer. She cleans our pieces, says Apu. That's a waste. Take a hit, says Homer. No, Apu. If I take a hit from this brown-tipped bong, can I leave? Sorry, brown-tinged bong, can I leave? Asks Apu. Yes, says Bart. Yes, says Homer, but you won't want to. I think I will. Says Apu, who grabs the bong. Apu exhales. The rim of the bong stuck to my lips a little bit. Now we have your skin on it too, says Bart. It tastes like sewage, says Apu. That's just rude, says Homer. Nothing you guys do is normal. I'm out, says Apu. Bye, you ungrateful bum, says Bart. I'm going to be sick, says Apu. I'm going outside, says Bart. Zebo? Asks Homer. Yeah, I'm rolling an L, says Bart. I'll be out in a second. I need water. My lips are infected. Maggie, you need to take deeper tokes. Um, says Bart. It makes yeah, this is insane. Um, it's a fucking incredible. It's an incredible piece of work. Um, uh, don't freak Mag. Yeah, the stream's. I mean, it's going as long. My intention is to. Yeah, it's almost for 4 hours now. My intention is akin to the readings of the Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein that occur in New York, where they read the whole book in one go with like shifts of people reading it in public. I intend to read this from beginning to end, however long that takes. We're at page 181 of 249. The pages do go pretty quickly because it's like tweet length each line, but you know that's where we are. You can send ambient. I mean, I would like you to send ambient, although I am pretty locked in with the Solaire. I feel like it's very fitting, but I would like to see what ambient you've got. Yeah. Okay. Thanks everybody. I will continue. Just breathe in deeper and hold it. Coughing makes you higher, says Bart. How come unsanitary things make weed so much better, says Maggie. I'm not a fucking scientist. Shut your mouth and pass the blunt, says Bart. I'm high too. Just kidding. Pass it, says Lisa. I haven't got a second hit, says Bart. I haven't gotten a first, says Lisa. I'm already good, says Maggie. I still dream about spice. Let me hit that weed, says Lisa. Sometimes I think of you hitting spice, and I get so mad that I have to smoke, says Bart. You're always smoking, says Lisa. I'm always mad, says Bart. You smoked long before I hit spice, says Lisa. So? I wanted to kill myself, says Bart. You never told us why, says Lisa. I was sober, says Bart. So? Says Lisa. Do you need to hear more? I was sober for 8 years. I wanted to die. You were only 8 years. You were 8 years old. There's more to it than that. Like? I'll tell you if I can actually get a fucking hit today, says Bart. Guys, leave Bart alone. And roll a second blunt. Father is here now, says Homer. I love my toking father, says Lisa. Apu isn't responding to his texts, says Homer. Lately, Flanders has filled the role of Apu, says Bart. Homer exhales. Apu is lame now. Look at this, says Maggie. What the fuck is that, says Lisa. A giant flying fox, a type of bat. It's called a mega bat, says Maggie. That's horrifying, says Lisa. Stop showing us these weird rodent pictures on your phone, says Bart. I like my new smartphone, says Lisa. Turn it off, says Bart. I always thought I'd die from some kind of rodent, says Homer. Bats aren't rodents, says Lisa. That shit looks like any other rat, says Homer. Sorry for using your phone for this, sister, says Maggie. It's why I got it, says Lisa. Shut your mouths and smoke, says Bart. I'm too high to look at this shit. I need to go outside, says Homer. Did I upset you, father? Says Maggie. I hate you kids sometimes, says Homer. Dad thinks bats are rodents, says Bart. I pissed him off, says Lisa. I started it, says Maggie. Just shut the fuck up, please, says Homer. They shouldn't be able to fly. They have normal bones. Birds can fly because of their hollow bones. Bats have normal ones, says Bart. So bats aren't birds, says Lisa. I think they're bugs, says Maggie. They eat bird bones. That helps them stay in the air, says Bart. Obviously, says Homer. Will a bat carry the world on its wings? Its small body has a fierce passion, says Carl. Why are you in our gazebo, says Bart. Ooh, says Homer. Who the fuck is that guy, says Lisa. Call the cops, says Maggie. Wait, I'm sorry, says Carl. He's still talking, says Homer. He speaks nonsense, says Bart. Where is my wife? Says Homer. The beautiful Simpson wife invited me into your stoner's paradise, said Carl. This guy is obnoxious, says Bart. I'm high, says Homer. I'm really nervous. This guy is just staring into space, says Lisa. His eyes are glazed over, says Homer. He's probably high, says Bart. I fucked up, says Carl. I, I like this. I forgot about this reversal of the plug roll. I saw this guy at work. He was sitting alone in a closet rolling J's out of sandpaper, says Homer. He's probably psychotic, says Bart. You're in my gazebo, uninvited. You can either start smoking and stop talking, or leave with the authorities, says Homer. Carl pauses. This is a nightmare. I'm going skating, says Bart. Can I tag along? Says Lisa. Can you leave me the fuck alone and let me grind in peace? I want to die more than anything, says Bart. That fucking Homer only ever invites Apu to his house. Never room for me, says Mo. Marge was always nice to you, says Barney. Marge, says Mo with a pause. Marge can smoke like the rest of the guys. She smokes weed in order to become stoned and hungry, says Barney. A green Venus, says Mo. I disagree with Islam, says Flanders. What do you know about it, says Bart. I just don't like it, says Flanders. That's idiotic, says Bart. I'm so tired. Instead of sleeping, I'm going to smoke some more green. I know it's unhealthy, but I can't stop. I love smoking weed, says Homer. I'm a drug addict. I've denied it for decades, but I know it's true. I need help with my drug problem. I can't control myself. I'm a weed-smoking machine. No matter what I'm doing, I'm always chasing that next nug. Weed smoke clouds every memory and experience. My life is a waking dream. I wanted to be an artist once. Now I mechanically pursue the means to stay blazed. I am a slave to this wicked plant. Movies, TV, music, stoner culture, they sanction and glorify full-blown drug addiction. I didn't realize this until it was too late. I need to take a walk, says Homer. Scene, Simpson Boulevard. Hey Homer, you look sober? Asks Skinner. I'm going through some shit, says Homer. Toke with me? Says Skinner. Nah, but what's that? A blunt? It's a Swisher Sweet, says Skinner. Let me hit that. Homer exhales. This shit tastes like gumdrop pillows. They cost $2 a pack, says Skinner. I love this already, says Homer. I'm inhaling the smoke all the way into my lungs, holding it in and then exhaling. Don't do that, says Skinner. Too late, says Homer. I'm going to buy a pack. I think you should chill with Bud, says Skinner. I literally need more swishes to stay okay. I literally need more swishes to stay okay. Interior, Apu's shop. Sorry. Hey man, says Apu. Ah! Hey man, oh my god. 4 hours in, the fuck-ups continue. Hey man, says Homer. Hey, says Apu. You lose your phone? Says Homer. No. Why? Says Apu. Homer pauses. Just give me a pack of your sweetest swishes. Why are your eyes white? Says Apu. Swishes, please, says Homer. Okay, says Apu. Homer is a lonely guy. He's been through hell. Maybe I've been an asshole. He makes me really uncomfortable, though. He's kind to me in a weird way, but his scabs and odor get to me. I can't believe I bathed in his pink house. Maybe I should stop by. Marge, picking up phone. Hello? Hey, Marge, says Mo. Hey, what's wrong? Says Marge. Just wanted to see how you're doing, says Mo. I'm high, says Marge. I'd like to get some of your bud, says Mo. This household is weird today. Homer hasn't smoked for hours, says Marge. I'll come toke, says Mo. That'd be nice, Mo, says Marge. Yeah, says Mo. With a pause. You'll get greens, says Marge. No shit, I'll get greens. Are you kidding me? Says Mo. Ah, man. Burns' plant. Haven't been here in a while. I'll pop in, says Homer. Look what Marley dragged in, said Burns. What the fuck? Don't take Bob's name in vain, said Homer. Fuck yourself, stoner. You haven't been to work in a year, says Burns. You son of a bitch, says Homer. You're smoking an M right now, says Burns. It's an L, first of all. Secondly, this is a weedless cigarillo. You're smoking an M right now. It smells like pie, says Burns. This shit tastes like dental bill debt, says Homer. That could fit in with fucking Dracula Flow. This shit tastes like dental bill debt, says Homer. You're an addict, says Mr. Burns. I'm off weed now. This is enough for me, says Homer. Did you come here to blow smoke in my face? Says Burns. I came here to think, says Homer. Ah, but not to work. Never to work, says Burns. Scrub off, says Homer. What? Says Burns. Sorry, I quit 3 hours ago. I'm still low, says Homer. I don't know what that means, says Burns. Post emblazoned, says Homer. Ah, says Burns. You could have had it all here, Homer. I don't want it, says Homer. You don't know what goes on behind the scenes, says Burns. You push, says Homer. We all know you smell weed. How, Mr. Burns? Sonic has loose lips. Not about his father. True, he misses him, said Mr. Burns. That kid needs to see someone, says Mr. Burns. That kid needs to get beat up, says Homer. Be nice, says Mr. Burns. He's a prick, says Homer. Before you go, I have an offer for you, says Mr. Burns. What? I need someone to sell for me. I don't carry brick anymore. This isn't brick, it's smaller scale. No hash, no kush? Seeds and stems, said Burns. What? Says Homer. We need someone on the elementary school front, says Burns. You want me to sell stems to children? They'll buy anything, says Burns. We package them in empty Doritos bags and sell them in the woods. Why empty Doritos bags? Says Homer. They can chow on the flavor dust when they're high, says Burns. Homer pauses. That's torture. They like it, says Burns. They don't know any better, says Homer. It's called Project Placebo, and it works wonders. These kids need real pot. And you don't? I'm different. Take it or leave it, Simon. It's Simpson. Seeds and stems, my boy. Seeds and stems. Fuck off, says Homer. Marge, it's been so long, says Mo. Last time I saw you, you were drunk and your balls were hanging out, says Marge. I fucked up, says Mo. We all do. Have some hash, says Marge. I can't smoke brown stuff. It will make me couch locked, says Mo. This is good hash though, says Maggie. Just give me a hit of your lightest green shit. Sativa shit for me, says Mo. Here you go, man, says Marge. I'm high just looking at this, says Mo. You're kidding, Dad. You're giving up Kush? Says Bart. I'm interested in finance now, says Homer. That's bullshit, says Bart. It's what I want, says Homer. What the hell are you smoking, says Bart. It's a fruit punch swisher. We used to smoke the finest herb. It tastes like candy. I want to live a sober life. I'm tired of my desire for marijuana determining every aspect of my existence, says Homer. Fuck this, says Bart. I know you're angry, but this makes me happy, says Homer. Fuck your happiness, said Bart. Bart, says Homer. I didn't fight in Iraq for this, says Bart. Weed smoker Homer was a zombie, an addict. Sober Homer is a complete human being, says Homer. Weed smoker Homer was my father, says Bart. Later. My husband left behind 16 kilos of fluffy green and purple buds, says Marge. He loves his family, says Mo. He loved getting high, says Marge with a pause. He was a true smoker, says Mo. Marge pauses and then sobs. Marge, I'm here for you. Mo leans in for a kiss. Hello and sorry, home, says Apu. What on God's green earth is going on here? Apu, you piece of shit, why are you here? You hate these people, says Mo. Marge flees. I came here to apologize to the lonely yellow man, says Apu. You've overstepped your boundaries. I'm the new man of this pot den, said Mo. I've been high as fuck with this man and his young children for years, said Apu. I supplied that ungrateful, unloving, bald fuck, said Mo. At the end he was smoking 6 bricks of hash and 2 ounces a day, said Apu. He smoked like a champion, but he loved like a coward, said Mo. Damn. Good line. Get the fuck away from me. I'm calling Homer, says Apu. He's selfish. He's out there, sober, thinking things over. He won't believe you. Homer loves me more than anyone or anything. He Snapchatted me every blunt he rolled for 4 years, says Apu. Leave, or I'll get serious, says Mo. Put that away, says Apu. Mo, with gun. Get the fuck out. I need this, Apu. I need to smoke pot with this divine woman and her kids. Apu. No. Mo chases Apu upstairs. You're cornered now. Leave. I'll step aside, but if you stay here, I can't guarantee your safety, says Mo. Apu, brandishing a straight razor. Homer would want this. Homer wanted nothing but to get lifted out of his shitty mind with his son. He had that kid and did nothing but corrupt him. He turned him against the rest of his family and kept him as a weed-smoking pet. Homer forgot about what made him love Marge, her gentle laugh, her massive tokes, and her rolling skills, among other things. Homer, that piece of shit. He always had what I never did. I rolled in cash and free bud, but I never spent the night with a woman. Now I'm taking what I deserve. What I've worked my entire life for. A family. And you're going to die in this humid bathroom. Any last words? Says Mo. Very interesting. We were talking before about the fact that the story places in contradiction the nuclear family and the geopolitics and the state and stuff. And then you've got Mo in this position. I guess you'd call him an incel. No, yeah, you know. Yeah, I'll keep going. Mo says, any last words? You will never have her, says Apu. Mo fires gun. Apu stumbles backwards and falls into bathtub, his legs just missing the grav bottle. He bleeds out into the water. My blood will make them higher and stronger as a family, says Apu. My kids will only smoke bones now, but nice try, says Mo. Holy shit, I'm blazed. Marge? Mo, what the fuck? Says Marge. I'm a dealer. This happens, says Mo. I'm calling the cops, says Marge. Don't, says Mo. I did this so we could be together, says Mo. I just wanted to toke with you, you psycho, says Marge. I thought, says Mo. I'm going to throw up. The atmosphere here... The atmosphere here is drawing the weed out, says Marge. Marge, I thought you loved me, said Mo. I only love smoking pot and becoming stoned, said Marge. I'm leaving, says Mo. I called the cops, says Marge. I made a horrible mistake, says Mo. Wait, says Marge. Marge? Don't bick me, fucker, says Marge. My entire life, I've wanted nothing but the love of a family, but I got into dealing and drinking and nobody loved me. I'm hideous. I can't relate to anything or anyone unless it has bundles of cash and a bulging sandwich baggie of fire. O wicked fate, why did you lead me astray from society? The path I followed has room only for a single soul. Mo, walking in rain. How futile my attempts to blaze and chill with lovers and friends have been. I'm cold to the touch. I'm selfish. O world! O sky! This somber rain you pour upon me, it is not enough. I deserve punishment. I deserve to suffer. Take me, Lord. If no one else in this world will take me, won't you? Take me into your arms, a sensation I haven't felt since my childhood with Mum. Lord in heaven, creator of worlds, toke with me in the eternal beyond, and let us rejoice in celestial bud. I've exhaled pot smoke alone in a damp bath my entire life. I'm surrounded by people, but I'm ultimately by myself. In a desperate attempt to secure love for myself, I have ruined a family. I took what wasn't mine. I strayed from the path of fate. This is my absolution, says Mo. Mo lifts a revolver to his head. If I could see them all now, all the people I hurt, if I could just see them and tell them where my stash is, just to make up for the lives I've ruined. But they understand. I filled a role, a necessary role in this. Without me as a catalyst, things would not move forward. But I went too far. I hurt the only people who trusted me. And now, here, I face my cosmic exoneration. In front of my pub, I built this. After all of this, I understand. Weed was everything. Weed and cash. Man delights not me. Bud, tender bud, take me home. Gunshot. This grav bong is hitting so hard, says Maggie. The smoke has a copper taste, says Lisa. Marge sobs. Mom, you need snacks, says Lisa. Let's get so high that we trip, says Maggie. I'm butted out, says Lisa. I'm sorry I ruined this before. It's hitting hard. What's your secret, says Flanders. Marge, through tears. I'm a terrible mother. All moms should watch their kids get high, says Maggie. I'm thinking about bats again, says Lisa. I think you put watermelon locos in this. Kudos to Apu, says Flanders. Apu must have graced our bong again, says Maggie. Praise be to him, says Lisa. I'm going to stay here a while and smoke your weed. You cool? Says Flanders. Our dad quit, so go ahead, says Maggie. What? Who could quit when you have hits as coppery as this? Says Flanders. Copper diesel is the new shit, says Maggie. I read it in High Times, says Lisa. Flanders, exhaling. I'm gonna go in the kitchen and lick my lips for a bit. Flanders chilled out, said Maggie. Ned's good now, said Lisa. Flanders, aside. Phew, I can't compete with hits this coppery. I need to steal this piece. I have Nelson in my basement producing spice. If I can give him this grav bong, he can analyze it and make a THC analog that will make me rich. Then I can buy a real dub. Interior, Flanders' basement. Nelson, under his breath. I hate my new dad. 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 Flanders, could I borrow this bottle? I want to figure out the science behind it, says Flanders. It's simple, you fucking dolt. A vacuum effect, says Maggie. I just don't really get those vocabulary words. I want to see it myself, says Flanders. This is our piece, says Maggie. Yeah, says Lisa. I thought you were chill now, says Maggie. I want to support myself, just trying to learn more about weed, says Flanders. Bugger off then, says Lisa. Can I spend the night, says Flanders. And eat our snacks, says Maggie. Contribute once in a while, won't you? Says Lisa. I'm going to throw a fit, says Flanders. Fuck this, I'm lying down on the couch. Bye, says Maggie. Please calm down, everyone. Calm down and keep smoking, says Marge. Bart enters. Mom, what the fuck is Dad's problem, says Bart. Language, Bart, says Marge. This is serious. He's sober. It's a phase, says Marge. He's smoking Swisher Sweets, says Bart. I can't handle any more of this. I'm going to explode, says Marge. You smoke too much today, says Bart. I'm freaking the fuck out, says Marge. I can feel my heart pounding out of my chest. I need to sit down, says Marge. I saw people die over there. Relax. Stop bringing up your tour in the Middle East, said Marge. I'm just saying, you've seen nothing, said Bart. Oh God, oh my fucking God, help me, Marge heaving. Help me, please, oh my God. This is Dad's fault. All of this is Dad's fault. I'll never forgive him, says Bart. Marge sobs. Sisters, says Bart. What, says Lisa. I've been home 10 minutes, yet. I haven't had a hit. Take one. This grav bong is sweet, says Maggie. Exhaling. Is this Apu's work? I tasted this somewhere before, said Bart. It's good shit, says Maggie. Why am I shaking? What is this? Says Bart. Why is Dad's razor on the floor? He probably dropped it from being too sober, says Maggie. He's not used to having motor skills, says Lisa. This is sketchy, said Bart. Keep smoking. There's a new digital short I want to show you, says Maggie. No, something is wrong here, says Bart. I'm going to the gazebo. Bart, don't, says Marge. Why, says Bart. Don't go in there, says Marge. What are you hiding, wench, says Bart. Marge sobs. What am I going to see when I go into that gazebo, says Bart. Bart, don't, says Marge. Get the fuck off me, says Bart. Bart exits. Oh, fuck, says Marge. Interior. Gazebo. Apu's body lays sprawled out on a lawn chair, a trail of blood dripping to the floor. Holy shit, says Bart. He lights joint. Mother, says Bart. Bart, did you kill this guy? No, but... Are you pieces of shit smoking legal bud again? This isn't good. You know that, right? We won't get away with this. Fuck, Mother. I'm gonna have to take the blame for this, said Bart. It wasn't me, I swear, said Marge. Who else was in this house, says Bart. Oh my God, says Marge. Who was it, says Bart. You're going to kill him, said Marge. Tell me who did this, said Bart. I need time. I can't describe what happened, says Marge. Wait, did I see Flanders on the couch? Holy shit, says Bart. Bart, no, says Marge. Fuck this, says Bart. Bart exits the gazebo. Marge looks once again at Apu. She begins panicking while continuously ripping a pipe. The music is coincidentally lining up very nicely. Exterior, Springfield Elementary. Homer. Hey kid. Mr. Simpson, what are you doing here? Says Martin. You want to toke it? Says Homer. Yes, says Martin after a pause. I got a bag for you. 2 grams, $60. That's pricey, says Martin. Take it or leave it, says Homer. Martin pauses. I'll take it. This is just stems and seeds, says Martin. This is coveted. Chewing stems makes you high as shit. Plus you can grow. Now beat it, says Homer. Give me my money back, says Martin. I have to feed my family. Get lost, says Homer. I'm telling my dad, says Martin. You'll tell no one if I kill you, says Homer. You used to be chill, Mr. Simpson, says Martin. Things change. I'm a working man now. Eat your stems. I kind of want to smoke, says Homer. Be my guest? I don't give a shit. You smoke all the time. I'm sober now, says Homer. Since when? Says Bender. 6 hours ago, says Homer. That's enough for a good tolerance break, says Bender. It's not a tea break, says Homer. Listen, I don't give a shit about your problems. I just deliver stems for you to sell to children. Kids need real pot, says Homer. Little kids need real kush to smoke, or else they'll be ripped off all their lives. They'll be smoking regs when they're 30, says Homer. Not my problem. I fucking sell regs, says Bender. Yeah, you're kind of a prick for that. Oh shit, 4 hours and 20 minutes of streaming? Thanks, Goat, for pointing that out. That's very, thank you. We literally have 40 pages left. So, Get ready, gang. I appreciate... There's been like 9 people. Well, I don't know if it's the same people, but 9 people have been in the stream at all times, seemingly. So you guys who've been here for the whole story are the only ones this is really actually, you know, hitting or whatever. Let's fucking go. Yeah, and if anyone who's like joined and not heard the whole thing, I've got a link to this in the description and whatnot. And a link to an interview with the 2 authors, which I recommend after you've hit it. You saw I was less than halfway through? No, yeah, no, this is nearish the end. Anyway. Although 3 a.m. has crawled up on me. Started this at 11. Yeah, the big finish. Alright, let's not spoil it then. Let me just music up slightly. I won't do that because it's illegal. But you know, you do you. Okay. Go away, says Bender. No, says Homer. Go away, you mean guy, says Bender. I'm mean when I'm sober. Deal with it, says Homer. The merchant's cherry has been snuffed out, says Lenny. By the hand of a desperate toker, says Carl. Quando terminara, says a man. Bart, holding a knife. Get the fuck up, Flanders. Bart? I'm gonna kill your ass. But why? You drained my family's precious grav bong, and now you've desecrated our gazebo with a corpse. You are the least chill, says Bart. There's a corpse in the gazebo, says Flanders. You get so high you don't remember killing a man? Are you that lightweight? Says Bart, exhales a hit. I might be a lightweight, but I'm not a fucking murderer. You're projecting. Maybe you did it, says Flanders. What? Says Bart. You're a trained killer. You probably miss it, says Flanders. That's fucked up, says Bart. It's true. You're a machine. You're in denial. Maybe that's why this happened. You're trying to repress it, and now it manifests in a real murder. Why would I kill on American soil? Maybe you're a psycho. Maybe you were too high. Maybe you're just a racist. I'm not a fucking racist, says Bart. You're a killer, though, says Flanders. I've killed many, true, but... What's one more to you? I need another hit, says Bart. You killed him, says Flanders. I need to smoke right now, says Bart. Admit it, says Flanders. Fuck off, says Bart. With pleasure. This family is fucked up. I miss my son, and I don't want you to kill me too. Goodbye, says Flanders. What have I done, says Bart. Why are we in this closet, says Maggie. We're hotboxing it, says Lisa. With weed? Says Maggie. What else, dear sister of mine? What else? Maggie, lighting bowl. That grav bong is hitting intensely. It's an intense high. I can barely move. It tickles, says Lisa. I know why Dad licked his lips all the time now, says Maggie. Father, did he take one toke too many? Says Lisa. I love him, says Maggie. Guess what I just found, says Lisa, exhaling. What, says Maggie. This was my first roach, says Lisa. It's drier than bird bones, says Maggie. Stop, says Lisa. This takes me back. Bart, Ken, father and mother, and me, before you were born. Even then, says Maggie. We toked almost non-stop, says Lisa. We'd sit in the treehouse, watching the gazebo get built. We passed joint after joint. No bongs yet? Just J's. What was it like? We always tried to keep a patch of sky above our lives, says Lisa. Proust, says Maggie. We read Proust, says Lisa. All of it? We sat down, smoked weed, and read the entire thing, says Lisa. What happened? Says Maggie. We smoked too much. We fiended. But you were already smoking all the time. We'd get high off one joint, then smoke another 3 hours later, says Lisa. Damn, says Maggie. After a while, Father started to bring burlap sacks of kush home every day. We were smoking non-stop. We got 3 bongs. The cat died. We knew we'd always have bud. We cleaned our pieces daily. We never would have needed resin. We never imagined that happening, says Lisa. I'm going to cry, says Maggie. Sister, it was heaven for a while, but we stopped caring about art. We stopped really talking. We were constantly scheming to get higher than one another. One time Mother got so high that she ran into the woods for 3 days. But still, when we were together, it was good. You remember, we loved each other. We just couldn't stop re-upping. We couldn't stop. Then, the terrorists struck. They knocked those towers down and our family was destroyed. Brother Bart went away, says Maggie. Why did this shit happen to us? Why couldn't we live in Croatia or something? Says Lisa. I don't know. Maybe it was fate, says Maggie. Fate. Was it fate that our brother became an instrument of death? That our father now smokes swishes? Says Lisa. I don't know. Maybe, says Maggie. I just wish we could go back. Back to when weed was fun. We just get high and laugh a lot. We never asked for any of this, sister, says Lisa. Lisa, says Maggie. Yes, sister? It's not a microphone, says Maggie. Oh, sorry. Lisa takes a big fat hit. Ken, we need some help over in G Block. Can you help out? Says an inmate. Sure, no problem, says Ken. Thanks, bro, says inmate. The cord on the buffer is tangled. It's in the utility closet. I'll wait over here. Oh, thanks for everybody posting all messages there. You all freaks. Lots of love. Smoking that banana mudge kush. Hell yeah, Eleanor, Bell, and Freak Mag and Goat. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. You fucking distracted me. Shush. Okay, sure, no problem, says Ken. Thanks, bro, says inmate. The cord on the buffer is tangled. Off that Shinzo Abe wooden plank. Okay, I've got to stop. I'm sorry. This is my own doing. I can't pretend otherwise. That's good. Okay, fuck. On the home straight. The hitting that OG Death Giant Flower Power code. I'm hitting that home sweet home right now. Okay. Fuck off. We're on page 215 and 249. No, please keep talking. Have fun. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. The cord on the buffer is tangled. It's in the utility closet. I'll wait over here, says inmate. Cool. Be right back, says Ken. Ken enters the utility closet. Someone shuts the door. Inmate 2 comes up behind him and wraps a garrote around his throat. Officer Wiggum sends his regards, you rat fuck, says inmate 2. Ken manages to rasp out, marijuana has torn this family apart before succumbing to death. That dog. Sorry. You're ruining this. You're ruining the reading by making me laugh. Eating that dog. Sorry. Okay. I'm eating that dog. Okay, Homer. Exhales mango grape mist, swisher sweet smoke. I'm starting to feel good about my life. Quitting weed was the right thing to do. I want to go home to see my beautiful family. I love them more than ever now that I'm sober. My mind is clear and I love my wife. Everything is getting better. The winds of sobriety have dispersed the fog of Kush malaise. I love being alive. Homer exhales swisher smoke. What the fuck? Homer, let me explain, says Marge. Dear God, Jesus fucking Christ, says Homer. Please, says Marge. What did you do to him? What did you do to my beautiful friend? Something bad happened, says Marge. He's dead. He's fucking dead, says Homer. Mo, he he came over to Blaze, says Marge. What was Mo doing here, says Homer. Doesn't matter. He got in a fight with Apu. Mo was high out of his mind. He shouldn't smoke hash. He was in my home, smoking my family's hash. You quit smoking. Maybe I shouldn't have. Even when I was smoking an ounce a day, it was never this bad. Maybe sobriety was a mistake. This isn't your fault, Homer. Mo was unhinged. He was lonely. Apu was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Why aren't the cops here yet? I didn't call yet. What the fuck? What is wrong with you people? I'm so faded. Thanks for calling, Homer. Unfortunately, I have some more bad news. We found Mo's body on the way over here. Self-inflicted gunshot, says Wiggum. When will this violence end, says Homer. Marge is sobbing. Wiggum, aside. This all worked out pretty well for me. What? Says Homer. Nothing, says Wiggum. I'm not reading that comment now at all. How could you let this happen, Marge? I need to keep smoking, says Marge. Yeah, this is ruining the mood. The dog flows through me like in a vessel. How could you let this happen, Marge? I need to keep smoking, says Marge. You're pathetic, says Homer. Don't push your sobriety on me. Everyone knows it's not going to last. Fuck you. You're a bad father. You let my friends die. Go smoke your fruity little cigars, says Marge. They're cigarillos, says Homer. They're shit, says Marge. They make me happy, says Homer. I smoke them because they help me relax. It's not about the flavors. I saw your flavor chart. Stop lying, says Marge. Leave me alone, says Homer. You used to appreciate the complex natural aromas of Kush, says Marge. I have to go. Sorry about your friends, says Wiggum. Hello? Says Maggie. Hello? Are you related to Ken Simpson? Says voice. That's my brother. Yes, says Maggie. There's been an incident. We need someone to come down to the county morgue to identify a body. Maggie drops the phone. Miss Simpson? No. No, says Maggie. Since my return, the world has only grown darker. I thought I could repair them and myself, but my return was just the final blow. These innocents are suffering for my crimes. President Bush has announced a troop surge in Iraq. PMC services will be in demand. I'll talk to my contacts at Blackwater. I must return to that treacherous region. I cannot cause any more suffering at home, says Bart. Sir, the people are trying to tear down the compound gates, says Guard. Says, yeah. Christ almighty, this feels like it might be the end, says Milhouse. The people on TV are calling it the Arab Spring. We don't have the manpower to stop the protesters, says the guard. Go home to your wife, says Milhouse. I dug my own grave. You guards don't deserve to die for my hubris and greed. What will you do, sir? Milhouse lights a huge blunt. I'm staying here. These people deserve justice. Sir, says the guard, go to your family. You owe me nothing. May this Arab Spring end the long winter of suffering at the hands of profiteers and warmongers such as myself, says Milhouse, as he hits a blunt. Suddenly my son and 2 friends have vanished from the earth. How I miss my fragrant Kush. But I will stay strong, says Homer. Although I want more than anything to spark a fat blunt, I will continue to puff on this weedless cigarillo. If I give in, I will lose everything. What remains of my life depends on these fruity swishes. Dear God, give me the strength to smoke these swisher-sweet blunts until the end of my life. I want to be sober forever, says Homer. My son is dead, strangled in the bowels of a corrupt prison. My husband's friends are dead. My other son is going to Iraq. Lisa simultaneously. One brother dead, the other violent, aloof. Our father struggling with sobriety. What will become of us? Says Lisa. I need swishes, says Homer. I need to kill, says Bart. I miss my son, says Marge. I don't feel safe, says Maggie. I need to get higher, says Lisa. This family, says Marge. We need, says Maggie. Marijuana, marijuana, says Bart. Swisher, says Homer. Marijuana, marijuana, says Maggie. Swisher, says Homer. Swisher, says Homer. The marijuana plant, says Marge. Sober, says Homer. Weed smoke washes, says Bart. The blood from his hands, says Marge. This fallen family, says Lenny. This fallen family, says Carl. We need the herb, says Marge. They need the herb, says Carl. The marijuana herb, says Lenny. And now for the musical number. Once, there's Homer singing. Once I smoked these nugs of green, family torn, family ripped like the bong. My teenage son despairs. My teenage son despairs. Marge continues singing. Homer, oh Homer, thou innocent stoner. He's sober, says Maggie. He's dead to the world, says Marge. Ours is a world of dank nugs and brown hash. Our sober patriarch will never survive. Our sober patriarch will never survive, says Bart. Simpson and Homer, sings Lisa. Homer is sober, sings Maggie. Simpson and Homer, says Lisa. Over and over, sings Maggie. My teenage son named Bart despairs, toking in his room upstairs. His violent past has hurt his mind. He endlessly seeks nugs to grind. How will we escape this bind? I miss my son, I love my son. The swishes soothe my aching brain. The fruity flavors help the pain. Every swisher that I spark helps to illuminate the dark. They killed my son. 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 Sings Homer. Bart sings. I'm going to Iraq to do a gun attack. I'm high on marijuana and horrified by what I've done. I'm high on marijuana. I horrify myself. My life is a nightmare. His life is a nightmare, sings Maggie. My life is a nightmare, sings Bart. That was the musical number. Listen, son. I know how you can make coppery spice, says Flanders. How, says Nelson. You need human blood, says Flanders. That's beyond fucked, says Nelson. It will make us rich, says Flanders. I can't kill, I just want to smoke, says Nelson. We can buy our own dubs. We can roll our own joints, says Flanders. Father, I can't do it, says Nelson. You'll stay in this dark basement making spice forever then. You'll stay in this dark basement making spice forever then. Good night, shit stain, says Flanders. And Nelson pauses. Nelson starts crying and singing. My new dad is an awful guy. He'll do anything to get high. I just want a little love and a fresh hit of sticky bud. Somebody somewhere save me from strife. I am locked in a basement producing some spice. I want a real father so I won't be alone. I want a true father to roll me a bone. But I stay alone. I stay alone. I stay alone. In the shadows behind him. You've got brains, kid. I can't tell a lie. You've got what it takes to keep this town high, sings Mr. Burns. Who are you? Says Nelson. I can be the world to you, young one. I can save you, says Mr. Burns. Do you have bud? Says Nelson. A tanker full, says Burns. How did you get in here? How do you know me? Says Nelson. Flanders brought your shit to me. Not bad for an amateur, says Burns. I want weed, says Nelson. I can give you pot, says Burns. I want love. I want love and marijuana, says Nelson. I'll keep you fucking high. Come with me, says Burns. But my new dad, says Nelson. I'm your dad now, and I love you, says Burns. I'll treat you right, Nelson, says Burns. Nelson and Burns sing. Like father and son together. Like father and son, our love is the future. The family bond will rip all night long. Father and son, daddy and boy and weed. Burns aside. I secured the poor kid. We'll have copper spice in no time. That's cool. He's cool and so are you, says Smithers. You high? Says Mr. Burns. You're just a really cool guy. I'm glad you called me. What do you want to talk about now? Says Smithers. Nothing. I need to hang up, says Burns. Smithers via text. You're cool, man. Thanks for being my friend. You're smart, too. This guy sucks, says Burns. He's high and I'm not, says Nelson. Next day. Everyone, this is my boy Nelson. He's not very easy on the eyes, but he makes God spice. Might be good spice, but it says God spice. And I smoke like a pro, says Nelson. I hate this ugly kid, says Benders. I sold stems to his dad for $120. He lost his house. I can't look at this mess, says Sonic. Fuck him, says Man. Now, Nelson, I know you know the secret to the copper diesel. Why don't you make some for us? Says Mr. Burns. Let me smoke first, said Nelson. I told you, I'll let you rip a bong once you produce the finest fake bud for us to sell. Now get to work, you ugly shit. I love you. I love you, you poor piece of crap. You smell like shit and I love you. You will have so much weed if you do this for us, fucker. Stop looking at me like that. I'm your dad, but I'm also a businessman. I need to run this town. You know that. Now make the spice. Says Burns. I'm worried about the escalation in the Middle East, says Benders. Says Bender. Bender? No, it says Benders. Sorry. It says Benders. I'm worried about the escalation in the Middle East. The people there know what's good for them. Just leave it to them, says Sonic. I think we should intervene, says Bender. I don't. It's their business. The people of Egypt are full of hope, says Sonic. They need us, says Bender. Why? Why? So we can get a foot in their economy? Exhales Hit. Egypt is fine without us. They're doing good, says Sonic. They're a mess, says Benders. Just smoke and relax. The crisis in the Middle East will resolve itself, says Sonic. We need troops over there, and weapons, says Benders. I think we should cut off ties with Israel, says Sonic. What the fuck, says Benders. It's imperialism, says Sonic. You sick fuck. You sick man, says Bender. Israel is heaven on earth. This is Bender and Sonic going back and forth. Israel is heaven on earth. Chill out and just smoke some herb. Israel won't fall with America's help. Israel can never do wrong. Shut up and rip on this bong. The IDF justifies death. Israel is heaven on earth. Can't I be Israeli? Can't I be chosen? My life here is meaningless. Israel is my sweet mistress, sings Bender. Okay, I'm done. Just take a plane to Israel, says Sonic. Go live there, you monster. You are an anti-Semite, says Bender. Israel is definitely good. I'm leaving. You're right. I'm gonna move to Israel, join the IDF, and fight God's battle. Goodbye. Don't bick me, says Sonic. I've gone through 3 dads in a year. Is it worth smoking? I just think about pot all fucking day. It's driving me insane, says Nelson. I'm gullible. I'm weak and dependent. I just want a father figure, and I want someone to supply me with weed. Is it too much? I was always jealous of Bart, his dad coming home with big money bags full of kush. We were lucky to smoke mids in my trailer. Am I a fool? How'd I get into this mess? How can one plant have this much control over me? But goddamn, it tastes so sweet. I wonder what those cigarillos Homer smokes taste like. I wonder, if I smoke them, will I be more like him? Will I belong? I'm fat. I'm balding already. I smell like shit. I want to fucking kill myself. I want to die. My only friends are online. My only two friends. My only two friends who are online haven't responded to my Steam messages in 6 weeks. They hate me. They know I'm ugly, says Nelson. Ugly boy, come to the lab. We're just getting started, says Burns. Freeze, scum, says Wiggum. Dad, says Nelson. Don't move, shitty kid. My god, Wiggum, you've turned? This town has gone too far. You were my #1 customer. That's over. Yeah, I love fluffy buds. They rule. They really rule. But I can't let Simpson City be a drug capital. Not now. Not ever. You're making a mistake. You're going to jail. You'll miss it. You can always get pot. Not in my city, says Burns. You can't arrest my new dad. He loves my ugly mug. He loves my ugly mug, says Nelson. He's using you, kid, says Wiggum. He loves me. You're evil, says Nelson. No, says Wiggum. Nelson, with knife. I'll kill you, Wiggum. I'm doing something good here. He's a bad man. He loves me, yells Nelson. Wiggum screams. Nelson plunges the dagger deep into Wiggum's spine. It causes convulsions. Wiggum shrieks in pain and falls to the floor, wheezing. Wiggum tries to stand up, tries to control his body, but the knife, laced with THC, is causing his muscles to tense up. He's screaming. Nelson stands over the body, still twitching, still making primal noises, and watching the result of his fateful decision. A man is dying. Fuck, says Nelson. Holy shit! You're a good son. Are you okay? Says Burns. I killed him, says Nelson. He was a pig. They all have it coming, says Burns. I guess I can make the spice now, says Nelson. Yeah, says Burns. It's pretty easy, says Nelson. My son is a murderer, says Burns. My new son killed a cop. My new son killed a cop. A cop died from my son. A cop died from my son. My ugly boy killed a policeman, sings Mr. Burns. I'm going to join a PMC, says Bart. That's fucked up. You sold your soul, says Maggie. I can't stop killing, even with Bud, says Bart. I'll miss you, brother, says Lisa. I can't wait to kill again, says Bart. My son is insane, says Marge. I might join the French Foreign Legion, says Bart. Let's smoke again, says Maggie. One more time, says Lisa. I'm already high, and honestly, I don't care. I'm leaving now, family. Goodbye, says Bart. Stoned, says Maggie. I am high. Missing my brother, says Lisa. Bones to go around, weed smoke in my face. Life is good, but Bart is gone, says Marge. Homer sings. One son dead, one son's a killer. My daughters are disturbed. I need to smoke the Swisher. The Swisher is my new addiction. Doesn't get me high. Marijuana is an affliction. Destroy your family. It hurts your sons. Tiny little fruity cigar, flavorful. My son's at war. He's killing men he doesn't know. Best flavor Swisher is campfire s'mores. I miss my family. My son's deceased. I miss my family. Where's my son? Dead in jail. The criminals took my son. Son is dead. I want my boy back. I miss that dead boy. He was murdered in prison, strangled by a criminal. No, he's gone forever. I love you, Ken. My son Ken used to brighten my world. Now he's cold and dead in a grave downtown. The boy's in his grave, his final resting place. The boy's in his grave, his final resting place. The boy's in his grave, his final resting place. The boy's in his grave. More than anything, I miss my son. He was strangled by a drug dealer inside of a closet next to a toolbox. My boy Bart, he loves to kill. Carl and Lenny, loves to kill, loves to kill. Piling up the bodies in a terrible hill. He shoots the men and stabs them dead. Stabs them dead. Stabs them dead. Their ghosts will roam his spiky head. One son is a killer. One son is dead. One son is a killer. I'm smoking the swisher. I'm smoking the swisher. I need it to live. I need it to live, sings Homer, Carl and Lenny. Bart sings, take a hit. Take a life. There's no difference for a man like me. I am a monster. I murder and toke. I am a monster. I've caused so much pain. I've caused so much death. The weed helps me rest. The weed helps me rest. My mind is ablaze with the screams of my victims. I sit here and blaze to silence their cries. The blueberry kush will keep me alive. Lisa sings, our brother's a killer. Maggie, our father is sober. Our mother is desperate. Our brother's a corpse. Underneath the city, our brother's skeleton screams. He wants to be alive. He was murdered by a drug dealer in prison. I see my brother's ghost in my dreams, says Lisa. He screams at us through the veil of sleep, says Maggie. Everything around me smells like blood, says Bart. Do you smell that? Says Bart. Shopkeeper shrugs. Sorry, I'm fucking... Everything around me smells like blood, says Bart. Do you smell that? The shopkeeper shrugs. Do you smell the blood? The shopkeeper shrugs. I smell it, always, says Bart. Even through the dank kush aroma, I sense the metallic tang of freshly spilled blood, says Bart. CNN. Iraqi President Sharif Milhouse was assassinated this morning. His body was dragged through the streets. This is insane, says Homer. Lisa, Maggie, come here. Milhouse has been killed, says Marge. Did Bart do this? Says Lisa. It was protesters. They're calling it Arab Spring, says Marge. Turn it off. It's horrifying, says Maggie. It's history. You need to see it, says Marge. I'll always remember where I was when Milhouse died, says Lisa. I'm getting my own apartment. I can't be around these drugs. I need to stay sober, says Homer. Milhouse was killed, says Marge. Yeah, he was a tyrant and a murderer, says Homer. He was our son's friend, says Marge. He was an unbridled piece of shit. He had to go, says Homer. You've changed, says Marge. Sometimes it doesn't make sense to be chill, says Homer. He was just a boy, says Marge. He was 24, says Homer. He sold hash to Al-Qaeda. I didn't know that, says Marge. It was fucked up, says Homer. That is really fucked up, said Marge. My boy did good by me, and now we have a pound of copper diesel to sell, says Burns. That's good, but he seems to be going batshit, says Smithers. That kid goes insane anytime he passes a mirror. It's true, his only friends are online. He doesn't even have a cell phone, says Burns. Smithers, lighting blunt. I think he's cool. I'd rather you not stand here and talk to me as you toke. Please leave, says Burns. Smithers. Nelson, want a toke? I'm sober, so obviously, says Nelson. I want to share my weed with you, says Smithers. I have my first dub, says Nelson. That's good, says Smithers. Yeah, it's what dat Mr. Flanders always wanted. Just one dub, says Nelson. Sir? Says Smithers. What? Says Nelson. This is an eighth of a dub, says Smithers. You're telling me this is only 0.8 of 1 gram? Sir. Fuck! Exterior, Wigham House. Flanders, what are you doing here? I heard about your loss. I'm sorry. He was a good man. My husband was a narc. I won't miss him. That's fucked, says Flanders. I need a man who can smoke with my fat son. Can I see the young Wigham? I can pass it for a few minutes, just to see how it is. Man to man, says Flanders. Discipline my boy, says Wigham. Hey, Squirt, says Flanders. Go and fuck yourself, bum, says Wigham. Chill out. I'll smoke with you. Yeah, my weed. I have no qualms with smoking an elementary school student's bud for free. Sure, take a hit, Jesus Christ, says Wiggum. This is a pretty nice house. I can see myself mowing that lawn. Fuck, I'm blazed. Please don't mow my dad's lawn, says Wiggum. Your dad isn't here, kid. My son killed him. My rotten ex-son, says Flanders. That kid has issues, says Wiggum. Tell me about it, Flanders exhales. Isn't this nice? It's nice to have a real man passing it on the couch with my son. It almost feels like home again. You're gonna give me a hit too, right? Says Wiggum. Of course. I'm a gentleman, says Flanders. My grade school kid gets good bud, says Wiggum. You got a handsome boy. Smart too. Better take good care of him, says Flanders. Can you leave now? Says Wiggum. Stop it, says the other Wiggum. Flanders, step outside with me. Exterior. Wiggum backyard. Could use a good mowing, says Flanders. You're a nice man, says Wiggum. I've known you for so long. I know you always just wanted to settle down. You've made mistakes, but we all have. You're lonely. Flanders. Every man takes the limits of his own field of vision for the limits of the world. Exactly, rips Bong. Exactly, says Wiggum. But I can offer you my field of vision too, says Wiggum. You can expand my horizons, says Flanders. I can give you everything, says Wiggum. Flanders, strolling, hands in pockets. I can picture a gazebo here. Jumping the gun a little bit, Wiggum giggles. Heh, says Flanders. After 9/11, I knew anything could happen. I just wanted a son. And weed, of course. By the way, pass it. I tried to take all that. Green passion surges through my veins, directing me to the nearest lit piece. Oh, that was the end. I'll put this on. Directing me to the nearest lit piece. And ripping me apart inside. Green passion surges through my veins, directing me to the nearest lit piece and ripping me apart inside. I'm a mess inside. I don't know if I'm up to the task of a family, but I know I want to try. Maybe it's the weed talking, but here it is, being laid out in front of me. An opportunity not to take for myself, but to offer myself to wholesome tokers. I think it's worth a shot, says Flanders. I'm only thinking about my boy, says Wiggum. A healthy, pot-smoking boy to call my own, says Flanders. Flanders sings, Alone all my life, soiled with grief, I will soon take a wife, I will soon have a wife. Young Wiggum sings, What about my needs? Flanders, toke by toke, puff by puff, I've gained a family through a tragic loss. Young Wiggum, I truly need help with my grievance. And they stop singing. Maggie says, Light it. Light the joint, says Lisa. Marge says, Hold on. Just light the joint, it's not hard, says Maggie. Hold on a second, says Marge. I miss my son, says Marge. Light it and pass it. Miss him later, says Lisa. My daughters are fiends. They're obsessed with pot, says Marge. Aside, I'm gonna take a couple ounces and stash them. I don't trust my kids. My favorite boy is buried. My least favorite boy is buried. What the fuck? My husband is sober now. The house smells like cigarillos. He's a weirdo. I don't know him anymore. But he loves us. He can help. On the phone. Homer. Hello? I need your help, husband. What is it? Our daughters are fiending. Bad. Homer. Sigh. Just a sigh. Later. Alright, kids. This is tough. This is tough for me. But I have to put a stop to this, says Homer. You're going to smoke again? Says Lisa. No, says Homer. Homer lifts a carpet, revealing a massive recess in the floor, which holds kilos of sticky bud and hash. He runs his fingers over it. Through me you go into a city of weeping. Through me you go into eternal pain. Through me you go among the lost people. Foul, plant, destroyer of things, ender of peace. This is your first and final lighting. This is the beginning and end. You've torn everything to shreds. I have a dead boy, a crazy boy, and 2 girls who beg for you incessantly. You're evil. Evil exists. Good and evil exist. And this is the bud of Satan, the fallen angel, the betrayer of paradise. This is the serpent. I now know that this was all a mistake, and I will save my family from this chaos. Goodbye, pestilent devil, and good riddance. Homer douses the stash in gasoline, rushes his family out of the door, and lights a trail. Flames engulf the Pink family home. Neighbors rush to the street to watch the blaze, each one becoming lifted from the potent cannabis fumes. Smoke billows over Springfield. The sky blackens. It begins to rain. With every breath, the citizens of Springfield get higher and higher. People are laughing. Part sadness, part relief, and part just plain being blitzed. The town has a final party, a final toke, in unison. It's paradise. It's a temporary paradise, a break from the post-9/11 world, this mess of a planet, this scary place. The people rejoice in Bud. Finally, says Homer. Dad, what the fuck, says Lisa. This was drastic, says Maggie. This needed to happen, says Homer. Homer, you're high, says Marge. Homer, lighting Swisher. It's a byproduct of my biggest act of peace and goodness. I can take solace in this blazedness for now. I can rest easy, knowing that my kids are safe. I love my family more than anything. Homer, in a way I'm proud, says Marge. The father Simpson's decisive moment, says Lenny. The sober patriarch's sacrifice, says Carl. Echo de menos la mala hierba, says Man. All of this time I blamed my problems on the scourge of marijuana, but my addiction was only a symptom of a deeper problem. When I think back to my adolescence, the time when I began toking herb, I now realize another monumental shift that took place, says Homer. Our lives are different, says Maggie. I don't like it, says Lisa. Dad bought us a lifetime supply of Swishers, says Maggie. They hurt, says Lisa. It's been days and I think I have emphysema, says Marge. I miss weed, says Lisa. It's good for us, sister, says Maggie. Lisa, sobbing. I want to get high. I can't appreciate krautrock anymore, says Maggie. Fuck, me either, says Lisa. My tastes have changed, says Maggie. We should apply to college now. Let's just move on, says Lisa. Yeah, we've been lazy, says Maggie. I think we'll have fun there, says Lisa. Do you? Says Maggie. I have a friend there who goes to raves, says Lisa. Sounds fun. I miss dancing. After the attacks. Shh. Forget about all that. Okay, you're right. Let's go to raves. My good college friend says she can show us a new kind of fun, says Lisa. Cool, says Maggie. I'm worried about you sober girls, says Marge. Don't worry, says Lisa to Maggie. Doubt we'll stay sober long. Maggie laughs. Don't worry, Mom. My dead boy, my killer boy, my sober girls, my sad man. I love myself not. I love myself not. My life was and is bad. Handsome baby boy Ken is dead. My girls are leaving. Bart is no more. I'm alone now. I'm alone, but I have my stash. Nobody will know. Mo can't interfere now. Homer is in his own world. I can smoke alone in the woods and cry to nobody. I'll be okay. The daughters begin their journey, says Lenny. What will lie in store, says Carl. A crystal substance, says Lenny. Their teeth no more, says Carl. My family is in shambles. For these past few years, I've blamed the herb, but I finally realized the real problem, says Homer. In those dark days, when every night I would fall asleep to the vicious screaming of my parents, I abandoned my Roman Catholic faith. That Trinity, oh blessed Trinity, was replaced by the devil's trio of Bong, Bud, and Bick. My beloved bishops and priests were replaced by sullen stone teenagers. I was drawn into Satan's maelstrom. Those blessed pages of the gospel were replaced by zigzags and blunt raps. As the marijuana smoke has cleared from my life, the Lord has revealed himself to me yet again. I have hidden from him too long. I have hidden from him too long behind these billowing clouds of cush vapor. Now I beg him to accept me back into that holy faith. My family is destroyed. Mere sobriety and reflection will not redeem them. We will need the healing power of Christ to overcome this. In the Bible, Job says, I know that my Redeemer lives, and that in the end he will stand on the earth. He knew this, as I know this. Despite my period of waywardness, I know my Redeemer lives. I know he will stand on this earth, and I know he will forgive me of my sins. I know he will help me rebuild this shattered family. I know he will fix this mess. Let us pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen, says Homer. The end. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around for the 5 hours. I'm going to opt to not say much and just let it reverberate and speak for itself.